I think I remember that. Hey, that's kind of good. To come from Banana Republic, that's kind of clean. That's kind of clean. Look here, man. You talk about places you probably wouldn't normally shop at. I routinely get stuff from Forever 21. I love Forever 21's clothes. And I mean, they're not H&M, but Forever 21 is sweet. Forever 21 actually had a nice little I think I might have told you this. They had it was a little more than the pandering to Black History Month. They got like these artists from LA and basically sold their stuff in there but it was really dope. I got one of the hoodies. I got this other Lamar Park thing. It's pretty dope. I was like, yeah, I gotta cop a couple of these joints, man, because it was doing a thing. Oh. It's the Ultimate Warriors music. Bruh, I'm weak. You see Mark's comment with Tyson training? I'm weak. Yes, indeed. Yeah, great music, great intro. He's one of those dudes that I just wasn't gonna appreciate until like now. Because like I said, I'm brand loyal. I was Hogan. I ain't doing the Ultimate Warrior talk. Oh man. What do you have, the big splash? Oh, I don't even think I remember Jake the Snakes like that. Oh yeah. Yeah. Really? And they took that and made it. Wow. Oh, now I remember that little when that part starts popping off. That's what I remember.
Damn.
Hold on, let me see.
My dumb ass. I did Kenny. I was muted. My mic was muted. I was Kenny Caraway. Oh hell. Oh hell. Ain't really Danny in San Francisco. Hey, dumbass, you're muted. It's not what he said. That's just how I read it.
I'm weak. It happens to the best of us.
Kenny and I just can't figure out this damn mute button, boy. I tell you what.
Give it 4 hours, though.
We just can't figure this out. Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah. Here we go. Yo, by the way, yeah, thanks, Leezy. Smart vibes. Y'all had it early for a Monday, man. Y'all had it early for a Monday.
Y'all funny, man. Y'all funny. I'm telling you, everybody want to be Chris Rock all of a sudden.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
All right, Rich.
You're not so good.
Why don't you sit your ass down too, Rich?
You know what I was thinking about just now when we played that Warrior music is the Warrior promos. The world will come and realize that Dino and KC is in the other galaxy of two men that have never been seen in the Western civilization.
Dude, that is good. That is a solid Ultimate Warrior impression. You just got to end it with a... He just makes all these... Warriors.
And then after doing imaginary back press before the when they cut to him,
bro. Wait till Danny in San Francisco finds out we're doing the last 2 hours as Ultimate Warrior.
now. I'm the street voice out west legendary self-made progress. Last time that I checked.
Hey, what is all the way good? Welcome in here to the Monday edition. Welcome in here, as our man Bryce put it, welcome into the season premiere of season number 2. as I made the mistake of looking at the chat, and we're already getting booted back. Too late. First day of 4 hours, man. Our new time slot from 12 to 4. Can't express this enough, man. Thank you all so much for making this happen. Your letters, your postcards, your notes to the congressmen and women, like, it worked. Here we are, man. We appreciate it. We appreciate you all for tuning in. We're here to hang out with you for the next 4 hours on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, on YouTube, on the radio.com app, and of course, we're going old school as well on 1320 AM.
Old school.
That's where that's where most of the fun ends, though, as has been the case for the last week and some change now, Casey. The Sacramento Kings losing streak extends to 6, and then it extended to 7. Oh. And by the way, they've got the Brooklyn Nets tomorrow. But that's all right. That's all right.
But look here, don't forget those surging New York Knicks coming on Thursday. Could be looking at 9. And then if you lose to Detroit, then I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I really don't know what to say.
Okay. Got 4 hours. You're killing 3.5 hours of content by looking ahead to Thursday and Friday, because there's a lot to talk about here. Like,
there's a whole lot to talk about. I've been thinking about it for 44 hours. You said we got 4 hours. I've been thinking about it for 44 hours.
What were you doing with the other 4 since the show ended?
Sleep.
Friday's show ended. You slept 2 hours each day. All right. I see we've already got terms tanking for Jalen, fade for Cade. Okay, like I see it. If you're on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or you're on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, you can take part in the discussion. If you're watching on Twitter, by the way, the Periscope app, you could take part in the conversation as well. That's kind of our text line. That gives you immediate access to us. And you guys, as always, are a big part of the show. So Kings, again, shorthanded, no Harrison Barnes. We did see the return of Rashawn Holmes. And I always hate when there's 2 games over the weekend. I mean, is there anything I guess there are elements to the game against Chicago that we've got to talk about, more specifically, like the play of Marvin Bagley, the play of like individual players, but really the last game we saw was the Bucks, and it's just an overriding frustration. It's an overriding problem with the Sacramento Kings. Is, again, losing streak hit 6, losing streak hit 7. They've got the Brooklyn Nets tomorrow. They fall into 12 and 18, and it's starting to feel a little bit like it's slipping away, man. It's starting to feel like it's slipping away.
I feel that too. I mean, this is something that I learned from my main man, my partner, Damian Barling, is we got to just try to avoid these 5, 6, 7 in a row losing streaks. And they haven't been able to do it.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
How have we not been able to do that? I mean, it seems like it shouldn't be that hard to say, let's not lose 7 in a row.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. But I mean, the thing about it though, Damian, and this is the new NBA. This is the 2021 NBA. As bad as things are, they're 2 games away from the 10th spot for the play-in.
Yeah.
So I understand it 100% what you're saying about it slipping away. Like, I get it. I feel the same thing. But I think it's important for this team to also realize that it's not necessarily slipping away, even if it feels that way. It's not slipping away. You still have an opportunity to salvage this season.
Yeah, and this is fan talk. Like, this is just me fan talking. Like, it's hard to look at the bigger picture, like what you just referenced right there. Like, they're not that far. Like really, it does feel like the season's slipping away. It's not. And the reason it's not is because there are a bunch of other teams in the Western Conference that aren't good either. Now, what we saw from New Orleans yesterday was terribly, terribly frustrating for a number of reasons. Obviously, Jesse in the control room is a Boston Celtics fan. I'm kind of a Boston Celtics fan too, but they managed to blow that lead, and it's like, oh, so the Pelicans picked one up, huh? When they were down like 20-something. Didn't need that. And now you're starting to watch what these other teams are doing. They're like, okay, what's Dallas doing? Have they started to get their act together? What's New Orleans doing? And you see they're able to get their, that win last night. Again, I'm hesitant to say anybody's getting their act together. You start to look around and you go, okay, Houston sucks. Good. Mm-hmm. Houston sucks. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, no, thank you to Cleveland. Cleveland has the longest losing streak in the National Basketball Association. They are at 10, my friend. They are at double digits. That would take us all the way through the Detroit game if the Kings were to match that. But the Houston Rockets have also lost 7 games in addition to the Kings. So,
they're going to be without their starting center, or is he coming off the bench forever? Like,
yeah, I don't. That's
ways.
I don't know what they're. Then Steven says, "Oh, those are just rumors." Oh, like, wait a minute. That was a pretty definitive report to say that those are just rumors. Like, is he gone or not? Yeah, and then the call the call is, Sacramento could use a big body down there.
You definitely could.
I mean, I wouldn't say no to it. I don't imagine that's going to happen.
I certainly wouldn't say no to it. I think the powers that be might say no to it, but I certainly wouldn't say no to it.
I also think DeMarcus would say no to it. Like, I don't know for sure that he hates this organization. I know that he hated people involved with the organization there, but none of them are here anymore. So how he feels, well, let me rephrase that. I think none of them are here anymore, but I don't know that for sure. So if DeMarcus is going to sign somewhere, I'd imagine it's somewhere that has an opportunity to potentially win, and he plays a small role there. But again, it's a weird thing. Like, I thought he was doing well. I guess Houston's just going in a different direction. I thought he was playing well down there, but they're not. They're not playing well at all.
Not at all. They're moving from Boogie Cousins, and they're probably going to be moving from Victor Oladipo and try and get something for him at the deadline as well. So there is, so one of the things when we bring it back to the Kings, one of the things that I always thought when people were like, the people who would celebrate a loss or something like that, maybe celebrate's the wrong word, but you get what I'm saying. Be like, okay, let's keep losing. Is I thought this team had already moved past the point of being bad enough to have a top 5 pick or something like that. And now, after losing 7 in a row, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, they're not going to be Minnesota bad, but Houston might keep them from being second to last. And then you've got Oklahoma City, who's just as good, and Shea Name that guy.
I gotta get the music. Gosh, dang it! I'm tomorrow. I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have the music ready.
Say SGA. Okay. He's playing phenomenal. And he could lead that team to being better than the Sacramento Kings right now. And then if the Kings don't get healthy, none of this is going to matter. You know what I mean? They can lose as many games as they need to if they can't get healthy. I think that's the biggest thing with this team. Margin for error just isn't there when it comes to injuries and players being out.
And I guess that's where 8 minutes into the show, I guess that's where we should really start diving into this conversation a little bit. Is it as simple as injuries? Like, is that what we're talking about? I mean, the last time we saw this team healthy, they were playing the Philadelphia 76ers, the top team in the Eastern Conference. They had a slugfest with them. They were in position to win that game. They were up 2 with, I think, like 6.5 minutes left or so. They ultimately got kind of outpunched in the final 6 minutes, and it was a game that, we came in the next day. I think it was a Thursday, and we're like, nah, it's fine. I don't have any problem with what we saw. It was a 3-1 stretch against some really difficult teams with Denver in there and Los Angeles in there and Boston in there. And we were all feeling pretty good. And then you and I are doing courtside on Friday night against Orlando. And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, De'Aaron and Marvin Bagley are out. Like, whoa, okay, didn't see that coming. And then there was a laundry list of guys that weren't playing for Orlando. So there was still kind of this, well, okay, it's not that bad.
Right.
And then it was, and then Memphis, and now it's just snowballed into something terrible.
Yeah, it's all bad. To answer your first question is, I think not being healthy has a good amount to do with it. Okay. And that's the gift and the curse, because yes, not being healthy will affect them, but it's also the roster construction. They're not deep. Like, they cannot afford to miss really any of their starters. And that's a tough pill to swallow, because even teams that, let's say, I don't know, like a Denver or something like that. Denver's a middle of the pack team, or even teams down there on the bottom with the Warriors or something like that. The Warriors, as tough as it is for them to compete without Steph Curry, we saw over the weekend, they're not just DOA without Steph Curry. They were able to play. They were able to they should have won that game.
Mm-hmm.
Kings, without any of their starters, they don't even have to be Fox or Bagley. Without any of their starters, it feels like they don't have a chance.
Yeah.
And that's roster construction and things that they've got to work on. And they had a short offseason, to be fair and to be frank. You know what I mean? They had a short offseason to kind of work with that. And I mean, it's coming to bite them in the butt right now.
Well, we knew, and we talked about this regularly. You and I wanted to see De'Aaron in that 36, 7, 8 minute mark. We wanted to see, Bagley playing higher minutes. We wanted to see the guys, Rashawn Holmes, same thing. We wanted to see, the players on this team that we thought were the guys. We wanted to see them playing bigger minutes, but we both acknowledged this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough as the season progresses, because even when they were winning, even when we were talking, like 7 of 8, 7 of 9 after the Philly game, there still is a depth issue. Yeah. And it would, Marshall Harris, who was with us Friday, even pointed out in from our previous conversation, he's like, everything had worked well in terms of navigating the virus and navigating injuries. And the minute the Kings couldn't navigate those anymore, and now it's just been hit where it was like, It started with De'Aaron and Bagley, and it's like, okay, we'll monitor it. Like, nothing wrong with Bagley. We're just going to keep an eye on things. We expect him to be back, and he misses the next game. De'Aaron's back, but Rashawn Holmes is out also, and then Rashawn Holmes gets back, and all of a sudden Harrison Barnes is out. And now it's just been this rotating circle of key players for the Sacramento Kings who are missing games.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that, I try to think about, okay, well, Harrison is like one guy that they can't have go down because they have nothing to replace him. And then I was like, well, what other spots do they have that they don't have it at point guard? They can't lose Fox. Mm-hmm. They don't have it at any of the bigs because they're not deep enough. And that just brings me back to the fact that they just don't have a deep roster at all. Like, they can't miss any starters.
So yeah, they can't lose. Well, okay, then we'll get to that in a second. I love that you said they can't lose any bigs when there is a stretch where they lost multiple, like Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes. And I know Harrison Barnes technically isn't a big, but he's regularly played at that 4 position, and then you lost Rashawn Holmes, and there became this moment where it was like, who the hell is going to play this position? Like, what are they going to do? And God bless Hassan Whiteside. We saw a great deal of him over this 7-game stretch. We didn't see a great deal of him last night. He played 8 minutes. He got 9 shots.
Man, he was getting them up.
He knew. He was like, all right, it's going to be one of them nights. It's going to be one of them nights.
Too. I said, bro, come on, man.
He had some moments yesterday, boy. We've got plenty of time to talk about the Sacramento Kings as we are with you for the next 4 hours. We're with you all the way until 4 o'clock. We're thrilled that you're here with us on Twitch.tv. We're thrilled that you're here with us on YouTube, and of course here on ESPN 1320 as well. A lot more to talk about. You mentioned the starter that they could miss. Well, we've got to talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320.
D'Lo and Casey from Parts Unknown. You guys on the stream, bear with me. I just rearranged this whole little office studio configuration I got. Might be a little off. I'm working on it. I was working on it till like 11:45 just now. So bear with me.
You're
because my back wasn't gonna make it. It wasn't gonna make it on that couch for 4 hours.
Your Ultimate Warrior is so good.
Everybody on the stream know that when you have the galaxies come together and they look down on the descendants below, they know that we had something on Mars over the weekend and it looked clear out there.
There you go. All right. Hey, I'm gonna snap this and send it to. I gotta move your phone out of the way, stupid. How do I get a picture of this so Donnie can see?
There we go.
That's the best I could do right there. My man will be
dope ones.
Yeah, dopeones.com. Dopeones.com.
Leezy, I mentioned this the other day. I got plenty of posters. I got plenty of pictures that I could put up here. I'm in my room. I'm in my bedroom. I'm not putting any sports in my bedroom. Just not. Or well, maybe some musicians will be in the bedroom, but those people are in the loft, in the office. That's where the pictures were going on in there. We're supposed to be getting a Biggie picture, Outkast picture, Nipsey picture.
Get like the canvas.
Yeah.
I love them canvas joints.
Yeah.
Man.
So that's all going in the loft and outside, and I'm gonna have to make it work with the blank background until I can get into that studio, fellas.
There was an NWA one I wanted to get for this wall in front of me.
Feel
like I'm about to do
Javier back. Let's go. Let's go. I love talking to everybody.
We got you, Javier. We got you, Javier.
I love talking to everybody.
Oh no, is it going ill? Oh, righty. I don't even have the little logo. Oh. Normally I get a little logo. I didn't see
talking about it here. I think you're talking about Javier. No, look, Javier can come with all the trades he wants to. If they're good, I'll tell them they're good. If they're trash, say they're trash. Look, we got 4 hours. I love all opinions. I love all opinions today.
Oh man, let me jot that down so I don't leave them.
A green screen. There's a couch right behind me. There's no space for it. I'm working on. I got some ideas working. I was
looking up gaming chairs where you lay back and put your feet up. I was like,
so good too.
Like, could I get a gaming chair? But I can't get a leather one because if you move, it just makes all this noise. And
this one I got. Well, does it make noise? It's got some leather in it.
Yeah, this is one of those mesh.
But this is a lower end gaming chair.
Oh, okay.
I got it off of Fat Kids Deals. You follow them on Twitter?
No, dude,
oh, bro. Fat Kids Deals got the goods. Oh, everybody go follow Fat Kids Deals. Thank me later.
No hate. Who's hating on us on Whiteside? He's a bundle of excitement.
I actually didn't think Hassan played terrible. I went back and rewatched the game. So because I was in and out in the first half, and I was just like, man, Hassan, I was actually listening. No, I wasn't.
Hey, there's our guy. Yes, indeed. And we are thrilled that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel as well. If you're over there on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up as well. That thumbs up is a big deal. It helps us get recommended to other sports fans out there. So make sure you do that and hit the follow button over there on Twitch. We're looking for our 100th subscriber, by the way, on Twitch. Yeah,
we need that for sure. I just want to give a shout out to our young super producer, Jesse. That was that laugh now, cry later. And I don't think typically I've been sending all the instrumentals to Jesse. We'll take you behind the scenes. I've been sending them to him and be like, yo, play this instrumental, play this one. I don't think I sent him that one. Look at him trying to produce the show.
It's a new day.
Look at him trying to produce the show. I see you back there, Jesse.
Ever since we turned Jesse loose on Fridays, woo! Well, it's been a whole new ball game, man. He's DJ Jesse. I don't know his last name. Plus, it's
Jesse
JT.
The Body.
It's JT, baby. It's Jesse the Body, man. That's how we roll. Again, so happy that you're here with us. If you want to get, I always plug the Twitch and the YouTube and Twitter and all of that stuff. By the way, we've got a phone line. If you want to jump in on here, 916-349-1320. We'd always love to hear from you. I think Javier is already waiting for us. Javi, what's good, baby?
Hey.
Oh, you know what? I gotta get Javi in here on the stream. Did we lose him? Is Javi there?
Javi, you still there, baby?
I guess we lost him. I guess we lost him, Javi. That's all right. That's
get back here, Javi. Get back in here, big dog.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
He wanted to trade Sacramento for Tobias Harris. He wanted to trade the Golden One Center for.
That's our resident GM. Like I said, Javi gets in here.
He's a worse GM than you are.
He has his trades. I tell him if they're good or if they're trash, and then we let the people say.
Can I? just express. Do you have any idea how bad a trade has to be for Kenny to acknowledge that it's trash?
Oh, I saw a trash one this morning.
Uh-oh,
Peter
okay.
King. Did you see that? Did you see that trash?
Was that he had like a 3-way trade with Minnesota?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
He had
now
like
you just talking, man.
I think he had Jimmy Garoppolo going, Kirk Cousins coming to San Francisco. It was like, no,
Fam.
we're good. Like we're okay here.
It's crazy,
we're
it's
all
crazy.
right. Keep it moving. We're good here.
Reject that on the trade machine.
However, if y'all want to work in some trades, how about a shooter who just seemingly can't shoot anymore? Might I interest you in a shooter who? How do you sell that? Like, hey Doc, or hey Daryl, yeah, it's Monty. Hey, you need a 3-point shooter? Because I got Buddy Hield. Like, yeah, dude, but I need a 3-point shooter. I don't need Buddy Hield. I need someone who could hit threes.
You need an elite 3-point shooter. They try to tell me every game he's still elite.
Dude, it's like we're trying to talk Buddy up. It's like we're trying to talk him, like we're trying to hype him out of his slump, his season-long 30 game now slump. We're trying to hype him out of it. It ain't there. It ain't happening.
I commend Buddy for all the work that he puts in and what he wants to be in this league. I get it. I absolutely get it, and I applaud him for the lengthy and the lofty goals that he has for himself. Keep having those goals, but right now, he's not a starting NBA shooting guard. He's not.
He's not, man.
He's absolutely not.
He was 3 of 13 from the field, 2 of 10 from 3. That was just last night. And you just start to looking at his shooting percentages through this 7-game losing streak. And it's like, I know we had the Tim Maxwell stat in the wins and the losses and how his numbers were nearly identical. So I pulled up to see, like, maybe he's been especially worse in this stretch of losses. And he hasn't been. He's been exactly the same. And by the way, exactly the same is bad. Like he's been 39% shooting from the field, 34% from 3. That is roughly his season averages. He's consistent. I guess you could say that he's consistently inconsistent.
I did a little bit of research today as I was thinking about this, and I was asking myself. I said, "Is Buddy?" I hate to be like this because I'm really not trying to pile on and do all that. That's not my nature. But I got to ask the tough questions. Is Buddy Hield the worst shooting guard in the NBA? Starting shooting guard in the NBA. And I came with 4 teams. 4 teams that you could say he would go and start. Like he's not worse than their shooting guards. It was Indiana, Cleveland, the Lakers, and the Thunder. Those are the only 4 teams that I looked at their starting shooting guard and was like, Buddy's probably better than them. But I could make the argument that when you add in the contract of what's he making, $24 million a year this year, all 4 of those teams will be like, nah, we're good. We're good. We'll stay with what we have at the 2 guard. I mean, aside from I guess 2 of those teams are winning.
Who's the 2 guard in LA?
KCP.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
KCP. So there's KCP, and then Cleveland don't really have nobody. Indiana, they probably would have Karis LeVert, but he's hurt right now. In Oklahoma City, I think they had like Diallo or something like that. Like it's not anybody you would want. But like I said, they'd probably be like, yeah, we take Buddy Hield, but okay, then again, maybe not because he's making $24 million a year. Other than that, I mean, nothing else is even close. Like not all the other 2 situations, not even close. They're all better starting shooting guard options than Buddy Hield. So, in my opinion, he should not be starting on this team no more.
Yeah, I mean, when you the line of Tyrese Halliburton provides so much punch off the bench, like that was fine when you were winning games. You know what I mean? It was fine when Buddy's poor play was masked? Because, again, you said a second ago, I admire Buddy for his hustle. I admire him for the things that he's doing and the place that he's trying to find, in this league. But he was able to do a lot of things during that stretch of 7, 8, 9 games where he wasn't shooting well. He hasn't shot well all year. He's had games where it's like, all right, that's cool. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, Buddy.
Mm-hmm.
But we mostly like not. Like most of them have gone in the other direction, which is why he's, averaging those terrible numbers that we just gave you. But he was able to mask all of that by doing other things on the floor. It feels like when the team started losing, we stopped seeing those things that Buddy was doing to cover up the fact that he was shooting poorly. You know what I mean? Like Absolutely. He became, the one-dimensional player again where, I used this line with Sarah Hodges last night on CBS Sacramento. He's searching, like he is desperately trying to find it. He will forsake defense, assists, rebound. He'll forsake all of that stuff because he is desperately trying to find that groove with a shot.
Yeah, and it's just not there. It's just not there. And I know a lot of people are going to go to Tyrese Halliburton starting at the 2, and that's probably the move. That's fine. I understand that. But Damian, I was watching over the weekend. I was watching last night. Daquan Jeffries. If you still want to go with that, well, we like what Tyrese brings off the bench, and we want to keep him there. I would start Daquan Jeffries at the 2 over Buddy Hield.
Yeah,
and maybe
I'm good with that.
Maybe a point guard, a backup point guard. Look, as much as I may want to trade Buddy Hield, I don't think that's happening. I can't fathom somebody taking on that contract and that type of production, at least this year. Maybe in the offseason, but I can't imagine you find somebody who could do that. But if you want to see if maybe you can raise his stock and get him going, get him with a creator like Tyrese Halliburton and see if maybe he can get him going. Coming off the bench, start Daquan. Daquan gives you that defense, and he's also just a little older than Halliburton. You know what I mean? Like there still is an element of let's not throw Tyrese in there completely just yet at the starting position. See, let him grow into the spot a little bit. So I'd be fine with Daquan Jeffrey starting at the 2 guard.
I think there's some more to talk about there with Daquan Jeffries, but let's get our man Bryce in here. Bryce, what's going on, baby? Great to hear from you.
Hey, congratulations, guys, again. Season 2 premiere.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, brother.
I mean, you guys' hard work obviously pays off, and just glad to have you guys here with us, man. It's always going to be a pleasure, But
you got the day off today, Bryce?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's really quiet.
No, the machine's been off.
Oh, okay. It's like, everybody stop working. I got to call ESPN 1320. There you go.
It's between runs.
Okay.
Not running, so it's quiet.
Okay.
No, I mean, the Kings, it's going to be a season of missed opportunities, man. I mean, the free throw line is a killer.
Wow.
The free throw line itself is a killer. Making them is a killer. It's just like, good Lord.
Everything associated with the foul line is bad for Sacramento.
Oh, man.
There for one, like, good grief.
Yeah.
Freaking Nets throw like 1 of 19. You're like, oh my good Lord.
Oh, bad, man.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't know if they don't I don't know. Maybe they got to talk to Kaiser about LASIK. I don't know what the deal is.
That's it. That is kind of a fascinating thing to discuss. Bryce, we appreciate you as always, man. Get back to work before you get in trouble. Get those machines up and running, Bryce.
Yeah, man.
I looked, of course, Giannis shot, what was it, like 24 free throw attempts last night? It was a career.
Giannis Mark Price Antetokounmpo last night.
Yeah, apparently he once upon a time was like a 60-something% shooter. Yeah, not last night. He was money, 19 of 24. I had the stat, but put it on at ESPN 1320 on Twitter, and I'm already forgetting. 17 games, I think it is, 17 out of the 30. The Kings have shot 24 or less free throws. Giannis shot 24 yesterday by himself. Crazy. In 17 of the 30 games that the Kings have played, they've shot 24 or less free throws as a team.
That's ridiculous. There really is. And
Bryce is right. They miss a great deal of them.
And I got all worked up again over the weekend because I was watching a college basketball game. and team was trying to close it out. And everybody that stepped up to the line, 90%, 89%, 88%, 91%. And these guys, off the top of my head, maybe one of them is going to the NBA. It doesn't take incredible skill to make your free throws. It really doesn't. And the fact that they continue to shoot as poorly as they do from the line, it's embarrassing. It really is. It's embarrassing. And that team that I mentioned, there was a number of different guys. There was big guys. There was guards. That, like, all throughout the team, they're knocking down their free throws. No problem. On the season, like I said, 90, 88, 85, all this other. And we're still dealing with these guys not being able to hit free throws. It's ridiculous. It really is.
Well, Rich brings up a great point here on the Twitch chat. He said it's tough to shoot free throws when you shoot 35 to 43s a game.
You ain't getting to the line that way.
When you lose that aggression to get to the basket, I mean, those calls ain't going to come your way. I know a lot of people were upset with the Giannis Antetokounmpo 24 free throw attempts. I can't remember one being particularly egregious. Like I don't remember looking at one going, "Oh, this is ridiculous." Like they're giving him these, the superstar call. I didn't really feel that way. I just thought they kept fouling him.
I mean, it's nitpicking. The only one that I can remember was the one that was called a block on Marvin.
That's fine. Yeah, no, okay, that's fine. That was the first half, right? Yeah, that's
other
fine.
than that, yeah, they were fouling him. I mean, that was probably part of the game plan. Mm-hmm. Like, foul him, don't let him get nothing easy, put him on the line. You guys shooting, would you say 60% from the line coming into the game?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was probably a little bit more than that.
Put him on the line, and he hits damn near all of them.
Second most free throw attempts in a single game in Bucks history. Some guy named Lou Alcindor shot 25 against the Boston Celtics back in 1970. This is a weird stat. The Milwaukee Bucks improve. And for those who can see on the chat, I'll use the air quotes. They improve to 2-6 this season when Giannis has 30 points and 10 rebounds.
Wow.
That's
crazy.
That is wild. They were 28-6 last year in such games. They're 2-6 so far this year. It's not our job to break down the Milwaukee Bucks, but they were struggling headed into that game, and I think that was a frustration you and I had headed into the weekend. I think Marshall used the term, Milwaukee's going to look at this as a get-right game now. The Kings, they've got to deal with Chicago along the way. Yeah. But Milwaukee is struggling, and they're looking at Sacramento like, let's fix our flaws when the Kings come to town. And lo and behold, that's what they did.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bucks were looking at this weekend as a get-right weekend. I think they had the Thunder on Friday. They ended their losing streak there, and had the Kings on Sunday. And they're like, let's take care of this weekend, and let's get it popping again. And that's what they did.
I don't want to be too overly negative there. I mean, it's hard. I understand they've lost 7 straight games. It's pretty freaking easy to be negative. Let's get Manny in here. Manny's always good for something exciting. What's good, Manny? Okay, maybe not.
The analogy I got is like, you all know the Bulls are my team. It was hard to watch that game because y'all should have had it. They got tired. But it's like, I got my child, right? He's my first child. I love him to death. I get to this new girl. She's got a kid. I'm giving him the equal love because I want to see this kid succeed. Man, this kid didn't have a father figure. No initiative. He needs me to like break him down and build him back up because I want to see this kid succeed. I love him like my own. That's how Manny does.
Manny, that was a terrible analogy, bro.
I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. It's a crazy analogy, but I'm gonna see where he goes with it.
But I feel like I'm in this relationship for the long haul. I'm not going nowhere. And
Okay.
I love both of them equally right now. I do.
Man.
It tears me to see this punk not check my heat, right? Because I'm trying to show him the way, but he's lost, and I don't know what to do with him anymore.
So basically, you're Melvin and Baby Boy. Jody's not listening. You may have to push Jody into the dining room table.
That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, Manny. We appreciate you, bro. That was such a bad analogy. But God bless him, man. He's from Chicago. He's a Bulls fan. The Bulls are terrible. He's a Kings fan. The Kings aren't doing well. He had to watch those two play on Saturday.
Night.
Oh man, I think we got Javi back. I don't know. It can't be much worse than what that was.
Yeah,
Javier, what's going on?
Melvin from Baby Boy.
Like,
Okay.
He's got stepkids. He doesn't know what to do with them. Javier, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing today?
We all right, man. How you doing, man?
The first thing from last week, I included for one, it was a second round pick, and then I wanted Cyber back. But you guys said the whole thing. That's all subjective. So what I have to say is, fans and people on the airwaves saying, well, time to let it all go and trade everything. Okay, well, let's understand something. The Kings have 5 option picks on this team between De'Aaron, Jabari Parker, Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley, Harrison Barnes. To consistently think as if, well, yeah, just let them all go and we'll get picks and we'll get assets. Like it's the way that people think. They don't have any other options to consistently produce at a winner's rate, and that might be, that's over the top. If I'm the Kings right now, I'm calling the Wizards, and I'm going to give them Halliburton, Buddy.
Okay, stop. Javier, bye. Dude, Javier, bye. Jesus Christ. Bye. For goodness sakes. Do we have he's on the do not fly list. He is on a timeout. For goodness sakes.
Come on, man.
And I love Bradley Beal too, because if that sentence ended in any other way than Bradley Beal, stop it. I'm offering Tyrese Halliburton, for God's sakes.
Number one, it ain't happening. It ain't. I really don't think there's anything the Kings any package they could put together that they could get Bradley Beal. Any Fox, Bagley, Halliburton, a first round pick. All of it, the Wizards would say no.
I appreciate the homeboy Roddy for reminding us.
Whose man's is this? I really need to know.
It's good for the rare double dip here. Javi, this for you, fam.
Triple play.
Man.
We'll go triple play.
Hey, who man's is this?
Yeah. Calling the Wizards and offering Tyrese Halliburton.
What? No, let me say this.
Jesus.
One thing that I will say about Javier's call that kind of struck a chord with me that I kind of agree with is people like, our guy Mark was just like, blow it up, man. It's time to blow it up. And then people will be like, let's blow it up. Only people that are able to stay here are Fox, Bagley, Halliburton, and like they name like 4 or 5 people. And I'm like, that's not blowing it up.
Yeah.
Like you name 3 or 4 people. That's not blowing it up.
Ramsey's reminding us we forgot one.
What did he do that for? Why?
He got hit with the quadruple. First time in show history a caller's been hit with the quadruple soundbite.
4 of them things, boy. 4 of them things. And he deserved all of them. But no, so you're not blowing it up per se. I looked at the roster, and when you talk about financials and things of that nature, the Kings they're not in this terrible place, right? They're not in this terrible place. I was looking at it, they got like 10 guys under contract for next year. 4 of those guys are like Justin James, Woodard, Daquan Jeffries, and Ramsey, Jamias Ramsey. One is Tyrese Halliburton. Another one is Corey Joseph. So like of the guys that are even under contract for next season that you could move forward with and that you're kind of stuck, quote unquote, stuck with, you got Fox, Bagley, Hield, Barnes, and Halliburton. That's not like that bad, right? That's not that bad. And I still don't think you should move Harrison Barnes for like what people are talking about, like a second round pick or late first. Like, no, if you're going to move him, like people were talking about earlier this weekend, Aaron Gordon being involved in a Harrison Barnes trade. Yeah, that would make sense. I need another guy that can play immediately for Harrison Barnes. Yeah. But say you just move one of those, Barnes or Buddy. that allows you to have what I say, 5 guys in your rotation. Now you would have 4 guys that are even under contract for next season. Let alone like Bagley still on his rookie deal, Halliburton still on his rookie deal. Like you got room to maneuver with this roster. I don't think you need to blow it up from there. You know what I'm saying?
It also probably is like, well, what does blow up mean? Like what are we really talking about? Are we talking about, naming 5, 6, 7, 8 guys that stay on the roster? Or are we talking about naming 2? Are we talking about De'Aaron?
To me, that's blowing it up.
Right. That and then that probably includes coaches. That probably includes a whole litany of things. Let's get Eric in here real quick. Eric, what's going on, man?
We're going to have to pay a bunch of money for Monty McNair. I'm first personally excited to see the man work.
All right,
he's got a lot.
take care.
He's got a lot to do, and I'm not going to freak out about anything. I think Buddy is probably a 6th man, and that's his ceiling. And I suspect that his shot will come back when he gets put in the role that fits him best. Because his delivery hasn't changed. He's got a good looking shot. He's just doing more than he can handle.
Yeah.
So I'm not on top of any buildings. Looking at
Thank God.
anything. I'm just gonna see what happens.
Okay.
So on a personal note, since you guys are getting a bunch of depressed Kings fans, I will just share a little good news. I finished my master's program.
Hey!
Let's go. Hold on, I got you, brother. Come on. You finished the program. Let's go.
Hey, no, I like that. That news is that I'm going to be teaching the future generations of our children. But I'll try to do okay with that. And then also, on a personal note, I succeeded in doing this call without hyperventilating this time.
Eric, that's awesome, man. We appreciate you. Thanks, baby. And that's awesome about the Masters, man.
Yes,
that is good. What's that? You my master now? You my master now? That's great stuff, Eric. That's awesome, man. Congratulations for that.
That is dope. That's really dope.
The bar was pretty low for phone calls after Manny's analogy of children and whatever the hell was about to come out of Javier's mouth before we got rid of him. So the highlight so far has been Bryce shutting down the machines to call, and now Eric getting his Masters. That's the state of Kings fandom right now.
Absolutely. That's where we're at, baby. That's where we're at. One thing I will say,
hold that thought though. Hold that thought. Whatever you're about to say, it's a tease. And we're going to get to that. And there's some other things that we've got to touch on, including the best things we saw this weekend. That's all coming up as D-Lo and KC continue here. It's hour number 1 of 4 hours on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
We had a couple of seconds, but it looked like you were about to dive into something. So I was like, let's use that. Let's use that on the other end.
I thought I was going to download these, but yours was better.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
No.
I messed it up.
Let me sign you and tweet out my thing. So, look, I was out and about today, and I was thinking about these things with the Kings and all this other stuff, but I didn't have. I guess I could have used my phone, but you guys know I like to write things. So, here's the notes that I made for like the Kings. Oh, you can't see because of the light, but yeah, those are yellow stickies.
Okay.
Yellow stickies, and I wrote all that stuff down.
There you go.
That's how I do my notes.
I like that. All of my notes are on a iPad right here, and then I jot stuff down as we're. Well, no, these are pre-show notes. Like this is stuff that is ready. But as we talk, I have to I like when I put the pen down, I feel weird. So I have to keep the pen in my hand. It's a terrible habit. Andrew sending us a dope little work setup. Appreciate it. He's got us. He's got it looks like he's got the computer going. He's got the screen connected to the computer. He's got D-Lo and KC on the iPad. I like it.
Okay, Andrew. Yeah.
Hey, Ramsey, you in there? Ramsey, I think I made Ramsey at least I tried to. I think I made Ramsey a moderator on YouTube, and Bryce, I got to figure out how to get you on make it an APA over there on Twitch.
Yeah, we need the goons out. We need the goons out. I was reading my newspaper on Sunday too. Believe that.
Bruh,
Believe
them newspaper jokes. Oh my gosh, them newspaper jokes. So good.
Y'all are a mess.
So good.
Dry erase board in my car.
Dude, Murph Dogs was my favorite when he said Kenny's gonna have to wait till the next day to see this box score. Somebody text something earlier. I meant to retweet it, and then I think we got on our call, but somebody ordered like a double pump frappuccino white chocolate. Here it is.
Tweeted it to me too.
It's Alfonso. Yeah, yo, Kenny, I got my iced white chocolate mocha ready to go, ready for the 4-hour show.
See, the problem is he gets iced. I don't like cold coffee. Why would I get cold coffee? I just get a soda.
Bro, you don't get cold coffee. You get a milkshake. You get a hot milkshake. That's what you get.
It's hot. Yeah, it's hot.
You get a hot milkshake.
I'm not getting cold thing. We're infatuated.
Okay, wait a minute. Now you're discriminating against cold coffee?
Nobody know cold coffee.
Well, apparently some people do. Like my man Alfonso here, who ordered. He didn't get coffee either. He ordered some white mocha crap with double pump vanilla or whatever you put in it.
Let's see.
Whipped cream.
Man. Let me see what's on his thing. Iced white mocha. I mean, everything's fine except the iced.
Deuce Mason rolling over in his grave right now.
Deuce Mason had tea the other day.
Yes, it is. And we want you. See, I hate using like radio talk, liners, rejoiners. That's what you just heard. Radio. Well, I know, but people don't care what rejoiners are and liners are. There are those things that you just heard. We're going to have you record those for us. And we're gonna it's starting Friday at 3:00. We're gonna pick 10 people to record those liners for us. It's a first come first serve thing. You've got to be following us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, or you've got to be subscribed to the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We're gonna do that all at 3:00 on Friday. And it's going to be fun, man. We're going to have you guys, shout yourself out, your name, where you watch, where you listen, that type of thing. And we'll probably have some prepared liners for you. We'll let you make up your own. You can roast Kenny's newspaper, or as I think we had one right here from Poker Pro Eric, who says, Kenny going to borrow Damien's fax machine to get the latest injury reports. And then I don't even know, was this during the commercial break, or were we on the air while you were absolutely trashing iced coffee?
No, it was during the commeral break. Iced coffee. Why not just get a soda?
Because it's not the same thing. Like, and then you got all disgusted when you found out Deuce was drinking like tea.
No. I don't have no problem with tea.
Oh,
I don't have no problem with tea.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, he tried to show me the other day, this is real coffee. It looked like tea. What are you talking about? But I do like tea. There's this thing called a medicine ball at Starbucks that the Queen Bee is just ripped off. Like, she can make anything. She makes the shake that you get at Wingstop for the fries. She makes that at the house. We don't need them anymore. So she did the same thing with this medicine ball. It's tea and lemonade or something like that. Bomb. I'm
fascinated. Is the Queen on like Pinterest? Does she go to like Pinterest and get all of these ideas? And
bro, she's a genius. She comes up with this stuff by herself.
Okay.
Or she's like seasoned. She's like, I can make that as long as she knows what's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Even if she doesn't know what's in, if she has an idea of what's in there, she makes it. Bomb.
Does she know how to fix the kings? Has she watched enough of that to know how to fix it? Can we throw a medicine ball at the Golden One Center and see what happens?
Well, look, this is all she says every time she sees the Kings play.
He's a clown.
Yeah, it's about everybody.
Yeah,
about everybody.
Just in general. Just in general. Everybody's a clown.
Man.
You were about to launch into something, though, before we went to break.
Well, it's nothing major, but I looked at Marvin Bagley. He's been playing really well as of late. Played really well on Saturday against Chicago. Looked like he was on his way to another really good game against Milwaukee until he got in foul trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's time to put a little bit more on his plate.
Okay.
I think it's time to, minutes-wise, put more on his plate. And in the offense, put a little bit more on his plate. Give him some looks. Give him some looks within the offense. It seems like a lot of times when Marvin scores, it's like off a kick to the corner or a pick and roll situation, offensive rebounds, nothing designed for him. I want to see Marvin get some looks within the offense.
Be a focal point.
Yeah, run a set that gets him something at the elbow 15 feet away or an isolation at the top of the key or something like that. Like, get him some looks. Is he going to have some rust spots early on? Yeah, because he's probably got to figure out what to do in those situations sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's earned that. And I think this is the year, especially with everything going on, the losing streak, who knows how it's going to end up, where you want to get him those type of reps now. So now he's playing in the fourth quarter nowadays. I would say at least, I'm not saying running everything through him, but at least 2 to 3 times each quarter, there should be a set for Marvin to either post up or catch the ball 15 feet away and let him go to work.
Let him be a feature. Let him be a focal point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm 100% with that, and I think a lot of Kings fans, as frustrating as the loss, all of these losses are frustrating. But again, this streak doesn't feel as hopeless as the one did last year. They're at 7 right now. It's really difficult to believe that they're not going to 8. They're playing the hottest team on the planet tomorrow night in Brooklyn, and so I'm kind of just bracing for that. Like, I know what we're going to be talking about on.
I knew it was coming last night.
Yeah, I know what we're going to be talking about on Wednesday. Yeah, kind of the same thing with the Milwaukee Bucks. And again, it's not a fault of the Kings. Like, when you're missing guys, it's difficult to compete with Brooklyn and Milwaukee when you have your full complement of players on the road. Mm-hmm. It's significantly more difficult to deal with it when you don't. But right. I know all of these losses are frustrating. But one thing that I thought was that I dug, actually, I think I did. At least I dug it from the Marvin Bagley perspective, was what happened on Saturday in the Chicago game, where we learned before the game again there was a minutes restriction for Marvin Bagley,
mm-hmm.
and then Marvin Bagley just kept playing and playing and playing and playing, and he wound up playing 35 minutes. I think is the second most in his career. I think 36 minutes was the most in his career. Or still is the most in his career. And we found after the game, Luke was like, yeah, we ignored it. But Marvin said he was good and he wanted to stay out there. And that's kind of the way Luke Walton told the story. And then, Bagley told it with a little bit more detail and saying he felt like Luke was going to pull him. He said, like, I feel good. I feel great. Like, let me rock. Let's do something. And to Luke's credit, he was like, okay. Go get it done. I don't know what a minutes restriction means when you ignore it because the player wants to play, but still, I like the fact that, whatever it means, whatever, you let him roll, you let him go out there and play. And I mean, he had his best game of the season so far.
Yeah, man. Look, I think it's I've seen enough from Marvin where, like I said, it's time to let him rock, man. It's time to feature him. And I don't know if he can be this. I really don't know if he can be what I'm about to say. But De'Aaron Fox struggles aside because I think we all kind of feel like he's battling something. Either he's battling fatigue or an injury when you talk about De'Aaron Fox. Yeah. It's not necessarily him. But when he was out there doing what he was doing about 2-3 weeks ago, scoring all those points, it kind of took me aback because I was like, De'Aaron is the guy. That's my guy. I ride with him. But I never imagined him scoring like that. I never thought that De'Aaron Fox would lead this team in scoring if they were going to become the team that we hope they could be. Essentially, I always thought De'Aaron Fox would probably be your second leading scorer, average 9 to 10 assists, and you'd have somebody else carrying the load offensively, be your go-to guy offensively. Mm-hmm. When they drafted Marvin Bagley, that's what I kind of envisioned for Marvin Bagley. 22 and 11, 23 points per game. I think he has that type of ability. I'm not going to say he's going to get there this year or maybe even next year, but it's time to start giving him those reps and giving him that type of responsibility in the offense. So eventually, hopefully, he can be that guy, because I think he has the potential to be a leading scorer on a playoff team. I really do. Maybe I'm too high on the guy, but I think he has that type of potential.
No, I don't think you're too high on him at all. Let's get to Joseph, see what he's thinking. 916-349-1320. Joseph, we just lost Joseph. It was a big moment. We had just thrown it to him.
Come back, Joseph.
That's all right. That's all right. That was for the streaming people. Is Kenny reenacts Dave Chappelle reenacting Rick James, possibly the greatest skit of all time.
Which one? Okay, let me ask you a question real quick. Which one's better, Rick James or Prince?
Rick James.
I think it is too, but Prince was hilarious.
No, Prince was good. Yeah. Who wants some pancake? The thing is, that story's real, right? I don't know how much of the blouses that part is, but there was a story about Prince playing basketball with a bunch of people at his house and then like making pancakes afterwards.
Yeah.
Like that was the story that was told before that episode and has been, told since.
I feel like I was listening to a podcast with Ahmad Rashad, and he was talking about how he would go to Prince's house, and Prince, he didn't say like the same exact thing Charlie Murphy said, but he was like, he loved to cook for us. Like he loved to cook. So we'd be over there and he said, I'm going to make you guys this and that, pancakes, whatever. And he didn't even allude to the Chappelle skit, but he's like, he loved to cook for us every time we go over there. And then he's like, he loves sports. He didn't get into like playing or anything, but I think that was like common. Like what Charlie mentioned, like he'll make you some pancakes. He'll cook for you if you come over there. So
I was slamming Prince this weekend, man. I don't know. I think I was just cleaning around the house, and I was like, let me put the essentials on, man, and keep it moving here.
Them essentials will have you there for a minute.
Yeah, that's real talk. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We're so happy that you are here with us all the way until 4 o'clock today and every day, except when we're here till 4:30.
Yeah.
Except when we're here till 5. You'll see that quite a bit in this upcoming week. You'll see that quite a bit when the Sacramento Kings are on the road, as we'll go straight from D-Lo and KC into courtside, because obviously they're two different shows.
Yeah, it's just two different shows, two different intros, two different vibes, two different shows.
And for those who have ever seen us transition from one show into another, and I don't know that if we have actually done one, but Kenny and I go through the full reset. Like we mentally reset our brains and pretend it is a brand new show when we go into courtside. And I know we had to do that a few times when we did, game day for the 49ers. We're live on Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Make sure you follow, subscribe. If you're on the YouTube channel, make sure you hit the thumbs up. We appreciate everybody for listening and watching. We are so happy that you are here with us. A couple of other things, and I do want to get back to the Kings. There's a lot more to talk about as it pertains to them. You talked about De'Aaron Fox and his things are off a little bit. And I've got some numbers on De'Aaron since he missed that game in Orlando. So I want to dive into that. But let's jump into a couple of things. And again, we'll get back to the Kings here in just a minute. But I want to touch on a couple of other things, including with the expansion of the show. We want to add a couple of new things we like to do coming out of Monday. I know Dan Patrick does best and worst of the weekend, and Deuce and Mo used to do the highs and lows, and we just want to touch back on some of the things that we saw over the weekends, the best thing that we saw over the weekend. So Kenny, can I lead us off here? A couple of quick things. Someone that we talked about, Naomi Osaka, she is on fire right now. She is 21-0 since the WTA tour restarted last season. She has won 4 straight major finals. And she just made short work of Jennifer Brady the other day. Like God bless her. Like it was in, out, it was over with. That's a tremendous story. And I think it goes back to a conversation that you and I had a couple of days ago about Serena and how Serena has really impacted the next generation of tennis. And you see that in Naomi Osaka as you see a potential, we're always looking for the heir to the throne. We're always looking for like, who's next? Or to steal the old Paul Heyman line, who the next big thing. She's here.
Yes.
And it's Naomi Osaka.
Yes.
But I think it pales in comparison into what we're seeing on the men's side. Novak Djokovic won his 9th Australian Open and his 18th major title. Now, I know that tennis isn't the sexiest for the culture sport, but when you look at men's tennis right now and you realize that Novak Djokovic won his 18th major title and the record is 20, and it's shared by Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal. Both guys are playing right now. And I point this out because I believe that through the Andre Agassi's and the Pete Sampras and the Jimmy Connors and all of that, we are in the greatest era of tennis that we have ever seen. We are absolutely in the greatest era of men's tennis that we've ever seen. And you have 3 guys right here in Djokovic, Federer, and Nadal that could all make claim to being the greatest of all time. These guys are phenomenal.
So it's interesting, and shout out to Djokovic for that achievement. I mean, that's
9-0 in Australian Open finals, by the way. He does not lose.
Crazy what he's able to do. But I wanted to ask you, because I like when I watch the sport, I like to watch it. I watch it for the stars. So Serena and Osaka, I'm tuning in. Why, in your opinion, do you think that men's tennis isn't as big? Is it simply because they don't have any American guys?
Yeah, think about what I just said. Djokovic, Federer, Nadal. Those aren't American. Andre Agassi, what is he? He's an American tennis player, right?
Yeah.
These guys, that I have to assume that's why. It's America's vein. It's why soccer isn't is big. It's like women's soccer is bigger than men's soccer. Why? Well, because the women are good at it and the men seem to not be. Right. The women win. We're front runners. Yeah. Like as sports fans, when we root for we're front runners. So we cheer on. Well, the women, we like women's soccer more than we like men's soccer. But why? Well, it's because they win. I think that's the only reason I could come up with, because some of the greatest one of the greatest years in sports, I think, was 2008. It was the year that Rocco and Tiger went to overtime, if you will, in the U.S. Open. And it was the year that Nadal and Federer had like the greatest Wimbledon final in history. Like, it was just phenomenal.
Was that the one that went a long time? Like,
it had a rain delay in the minute. Yeah. No, that was a different match. But this one had like a rain delay in the middle. So the extended hours of it because of that, like it was just incredible drama.
Yeah.
And I feel like these guys, like, they're mentioned in the world of sports as being great, but yeah, you're right. Like I don't think this country latches onto them as a whole because they're not American. And so until that, American tennis player that can come along and sweep you off, like Serena did, like Venus did, like that group did, it's all going to be for naught. But if you get a chance to see Rafa or Roger or Djokovic in a final, in a major final, you should be sitting down to watch it.
So let me ask you this real quick as well. I'm very fringe with the tennis. Rafa owns clay.
Oh yeah,
but he doesn't beat
13-0.
He doesn't beat these guys off of clay. Is that correct?
Correct.
Like he might have done it once or twice, but generally they smack him up when they get on. What's the surface?
Wimbledon. Grass, clay and grass. Yeah,
clay and grass.
Yeah. Just mentioned that Rafa has 20 major championships. 13 of them are the French Open on clay.
Wow. Yeah, he can't be beat.
He can't be beat. Yeah, like he's and then he's also 11-0 in Barcelona. Djokovic is 9-0 in the Australian Open. Pete Sampras is 7-0 in Wimbledon. So those are some of the the great stats in tennis. And here's one more great one for you: Djokovic, Nadal, Federer, or Andy Murray. They have held the top 2 spots each week in the ATP rankings since July 25th, 2005. That's how long these guys have been great.
Wow. Well, you're saying all this, Damien, and you know what I heard? There's an opening. I need to take Reese to the tennis court today.
Hey, get on it.
Because boy, they're looking for a Tiger type figure in tennis right now. You take over the world, and I think Reese works too. It's not Tiger.
Oh, Reese is good.
Reese would, and he's without any vowels, so it'll be really dope.
We could get the King's Herald. We could get King's Herald, the official King's blog of D'Lo and KC, to make up some Reese's serves. Reese's passes doesn't work, so maybe Reese's serves. Hoodies.
Reese love.
Okay. Do that too. Whatever you want. It's your kid.
Whatever.
It's fine. It's fine. What's the best thing you saw this weekend?
Well, I saw a lot of good things this weekend. Unfortunately, I didn't see a King's victory, but I saw a lot of good things this weekend. I saw some good boxing. That boy Adrian Broner came back, got a little decision. I saw that. Oscar Valdez with an unbelievable knockout of Burchelt on Saturday night. That was crazy.
I don't think that was the best thing I saw this weekend, but it was certainly the best thing I heard.
AB?
No,
that
punch. Thud.
Yeah,
I don't think. I mean, I guess it's the advantage. So I hate to use that term, but I guess it's the advantage of the arena being for the most part empty, because that was like a pop that I've never heard before.
You heard it different. It different. The only time I feel like I've heard a punch like that with fans in it is Lennox Lewis when he knocked out Hassan Rockman the second time. I mean, you guys take a listen to that when you get a chance. It's crazy, considering the fact he was in a sold-out arena. It was crazy.
You talk about being born to do something. Hassan Rockman is a boxing name.
Oh, for sure.
Like you're either a boxer, a professional wrestler, or some sort of like Kimbo Slice street fighter. Like that's all you could do with a name like that.
Yeah. So there was some good boxing on over the weekend, and there was some other good stuff this weekend that we'll talk about in a little bit. But the best thing I saw this weekend, Damien, for all those times that people want to talk to me about Jim Harbaugh and what goes on in Ann Arbor on the football field at the Big House, and what they can't do against Ohio State on the football field at the Big House or in the Horseshoe, they not talking to me right now. I'm talking to you, Damian Barling. I'm talking to you, Big Al. I'm talking to you, Charlie. Ain't nobody talking about my Michigan Wolverines right now, because they went into Columbus, handled business in a big matchup between number 3 Michigan, number 4 Ohio State. Number 3 Michigan went on the road, smacked up them boys from Ohio, and they're 16-1 now. Number 3 in the nation. Should be 1 or 2, but Baylor hadn't played, so they're not going to drop them. But I'm gonna tell you right now, the Michigan Wolverines may be making a national championship run this year. Believe it, as Jose Lehman used to say. Best thing I saw all weekend.
Michigan has been extraordinary, by the way. Let's point that out. Like Michigan basketball has been. I don't know why that's a compliment to you. I'm confused by this.
Because I love Michigan basketball.
That's fine. It appears that you love all things Michigan, because this doesn't cross over. Michigan basketball and Michigan football do not cross over. You don't get to come at me because the Michigan basketball team beat the Ohio State basketball team. I don't care anything about Ohio State basketball. I don't think I've watched the Ohio State basketball game since Greg Oden started. So
I'm coming for you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, you can go for Big Al. Did you and Ramsey have like a text exchange about random basketball notes this weekend also? Okay. Let's get Jesse the Body involved. Let's get Jesse to crack the mic. JT, what's the best thing you saw this weekend?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Jeez. Scary
I like
Terry,
that.
aka the baby. He looks just like the baby.
Do you want to talk about what happened to the Celtics yesterday or no? Okay. I wasn't happy with what happened yesterday either. But and so Steve Kerr, he goes at like, yep, can't do that. Like that's just awful. Like Draymond was awful, put us in a bad position. Draymond said the same thing today. That was my bad. I can't do that. I got to be better.
No, Damien. We're
No?
not letting them off the hook.
I'm not letting him off the. I'm just setting the table.
Draymond didn't say nothing.
No, he did today. He did today.
Where was he at on? Was that game today or was it on Saturday?
I don't know. I believe it was on Saturday.
He ain't saying nothing. He didn't show up.
He didn't show up. The exact quote
said that he told the team. He said, "My bad." Draymond didn't show up and speak. He ain't speak. He ain't keep that same energy. But when they win, he want to go out there and rant and tell everybody, double standards and all this other stuff. But when he does something stupid, he don't ever want to stand up. Or if he does something stupid, he's like, it's the smartest dumb play of all time. Draymond a fraud, bro.
That was funny. The smartest dumb play. He said I was dead ass wrong. That's what he said.
Yeah, okay.
Not just wrong, but dead ass wrong.
Good. That was 48 hours ago. Where were you at after the game? And look,
if Draymond Green saved,
my mentions weren't infiltrated like they were when they beat the Cavs. There wasn't nobody in my mentions on Saturday night.
If Draymond Green saved children from a burning building in downtown San Francisco, would you find something wrong with it?
No.
You thought about it though for a second. You thought about it for the briefest.
Fraud.
You know, okay. So I want everybody to store this Draymond Green conversation in the back of their brain because I want to get back to the Kings here. So store the Draymond Green conversation in the back of your brain, and think about a clip that has gone viral from yesterday. Some of you may have saw it. It was the ABC game. It's the game we were just talking about. JJ Redick. Think about the results. Kings fans, in particular, think about the results of those two plays. And just, again, tuck those in the back of your brain. Okay. And we're going to dive a little bit more into those. I had mentioned De'Aaron Fox and thinking that maybe there's a little bit more to banging knees in practice than meets the eye, or maybe he's just not feeling it. He's not in a good groove right now. We have some numbers through the first 24 games of the season, and we have some numbers through the last couple of games since returning from missing that one versus Orlando. We've got that coming up. You alluded to something else spectacular that you saw this weekend. We'll get to that in a one-on-one as well. Plus, situation with the Minnesota Timberwolves sure was interesting last night. And Dame Lillard's hot about it. Why Sacramento Kings should be excited about Dame Lillard's anger. I'll explain as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
So they're telling me the equalizer, Big Al cut me off as I was going on my Michigan rant on the chat.
Oh, Big Al's in here? Yeah. No, you did. Yeah, you went dark there for you flickered away. I was like, I started to think, did my internet connection just kick Kenny off?
The equalizer got me.
What's happening here? Oh man. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, let's do that.
They said he was muffled. Maybe
wait a
would
second.
he come in under the 1321? Would he be able to?
I don't know.
Like the callers?
Yeah,
thing?
I don't know. We need to set. Yeah, there's got to be a way where we could set everything in the studio, including our mics, to run in the background. Like I still believe if we set everything to run to that computer and streamed it on a different tab, that it would work. Like I just feel like it would work. What's going on here in the comments? What is happening right now?
There's a backyard brawl. A Chicago style street fight was going on.
Is Z-Man Javier? Is that what's happening here?
Javier, we don't know if it's Javier or Leo. I got lost. I don't know.
Oh, is that what it is? Do we have to boot someone out of here? Like, come on, man. Like, chill. What's going on here?
You gotta go.
It doesn't look like he's spamming. I can't even see him. There he is. Yeah.
They were just I
can't catch up with what's going on here.
I think Z-Man. I don't know. Somebody said it was Leo. I'm not sure.
ESPN 1320, the racket. Yeah, Federer is a beast, man. I love Roger Federer. Yep. King of grass, king of clay, man. And Djokovic just beats him on both.
So not everything is grass though. So like Australian Open,
Eric,
that's
right.
That's hard court, right? Or what is it called? It's not grass. Wimbledon is grass.
Yeah, Wimbledon is grass, clay. Isn't it just grass or clay?
Hard court? Is that what?
I don't think they playing on hardwood.
Not hardwood. But they could be playing on what they played on at Australian Open. That's not grass. Wimbledon is grass.
Yeah.
Jesse,
what is the surface for Australia?
Need your help.
Artificial, not what is it called? Turf grass. What is that stuff? Field turf.
Field turf.
That's what I'm trying to come up with the name. It's grass.
That's trash.
Oh no! Now,
hard court.
It says hard.
Yeah,
no, it is. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
It was grass first. Now it's hard court. They'd be out there sliding all over the place.
Man, tennis looks hard.
Dude, oh my gosh. I still can't figure out.
This looks hard.
I still can't figure out how they respond to 110-mile-an-hour serves, man. That is
Hey,
wild.
this is another thing.
That's right, Eric. That's right. U.S. Open is the hard court, too.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What was I going to say? So I'll be back. Hey.
No role models, and we here right now. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in,
we can't get fooled again.
916-349-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines, if you want to take part in the conversation on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, you can go do that. We like to interact with that as much as possible. That's kind of like our text line that we've got flowing right here. Direct communication to us. And of course, at this point, it's good old fashioned Twitter. At D'Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320. If you want to get in here, it's our first day of 4 hours. We're thrilled that you're here with us. We're going to go one-on-one here in just a couple of minutes, touch on some other things that are going on around the sports. We got to look forward. We got to look forward to the Kings' next opponent tomorrow night, and that's not going to be the most fun thing to do. Let's talk about De'Aaron Fox here for a minute, though, because you brought him up a moment ago, and you kind of brought up, and we have talked all throughout the day, by the way, about something feeling like it's off, besides just the game's not coming to him or he can't get into a flow. It just feels like something with him is off. De'Aaron, over the first 24 games of the season, was shooting 47.7% from the field, 35% from three. He was averaging 23.4 points per game. And I know that you hate this stat, but plus minus, on average, he was minus 1.9. So that's not that big of a deal when you consider that the team was still like 500.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not like they were a juggernaut and De'Aaron Fox was finishing, with minus 1.9 on average. Like, this is a team that was scratching and clawing to be at the 500 mark. Since missing that game on that Friday night against the Orlando Magic, he's shooting 41% from the field. That's down 6%. He's shooting 21% from three. That's down 12%. He's shooting he's scoring 17.2 points per game. That's down nearly 7 points per game. And his plus minus 16.6. Now, the reason people hate that stat, and I understand the reason people hate that stat is because it could be misleading, and you could look at that and you go, wow, look at how bad De'Aaron has got. But also remember, Rashawn Holmes has been gone at various times throughout the last couple of games. Harrison Barnes has been gone. Marvin Bagley has been in and out of the lineup. So we've seen them deal. We've seen him specifically, De'Aaron Fox, deal with quite a bit just since returning from that injury. But something's off here with De'Aaron Fox, and I think it's more than just he's in a shooting slump or things aren't coming to him right now. I think there's a little bit more to it, in my opinion.
I think so too. I look at him and I see someone who just doesn't look like themselves. Just doesn't look like he's, number one, healthy. And to say he's not healthy, it's not to say that he has this crippling injury that he's playing through, but he don't feel like 100%. I put it to you like that. And I don't know if it's a contusion on the knee or whatever the case may be, but he seems like he's battling something. I was listening to Deuce and Mo, our buddies, and they were talking about, maybe it gets to the point, he's trying to play through it, but maybe now just sit him a game to get right. Sure. And I don't know. I think he's got to keep playing. Not has to keep playing, but I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of guys out there who aren't 100% right now. And this is the conundrum of the Kings. Mm-hmm. You don't put Fox out there, you don't have a chance. Yeah. And maybe you're saying against the Nets, you don't have a chance anyway. That's the game you would sit him with. But I also feel like this could be something that, like, Fox, kind of a learning moment for him, how to learn to play at a high level with injuries. You know what I mean? Or being a little banged up. So I appreciate the fact, like I said, I don't think he's 100%. Appreciate the fact that he's tried to gut it out and continue to play. And now he's got to take that to the next level where even if I'm not 100%, it's not necessarily enough that I'm just out here. I got to still be productive. And maybe not 30 points a game or nothing like that, but I've got to find a way to be productive even if I'm not 100%.
I don't hate the idea of sitting him tomorrow because I know how you feel about stuff like that. But I'll ask you, and it does feel simple to me. Like, do you think the Kings can win tomorrow? Like realistically, do you think they can win tomorrow?
No, I don't think they're going to win.
Okay.
Can they win? Yes. Do I think they are? No.
Okay, right. I probably phrased that wrong. Of course they can win. Will they win? You're probably going to lose with or without De'Aaron, and you also kind of take into account the way Brooklyn is playing right now. If our suspicions are even remotely close to accurate and you can get him a couple of more days off, because remember, we're already looking ahead with this Brooklyn game coming up, and who knows, I don't know who of us thought they would beat Boston. I don't know who of us thought they would beat Denver for a third time. I don't know who of us thought they would get, a win against the Los Angeles Clippers for the first time this season. They ultimately did all that. Maybe they can get a win against the Brooklyn Nets. Who knows? We know Brooklyn's not going to play defense. Maybe somebody on the team, maybe a couple of guys on the team can get hot. They can get rolling. Maybe Harrison will be back. Maybe you could steal one. But we're looking ahead towards the trip kind of easing up a little bit with a couple of below 500 teams. And again, the Sacramento Kings aren't good. Like, the Detroit Pistons and the New York Knicks are both thinking, thank God the Sacramento Kings are coming to town. Just as the Sacramento Kings are thinking, man, once we get past Brooklyn, there's the Pistons and there's the Knicks. Thank goodness, we could kind of settle down a little bit. Like, they're all looking at each other like the Spider-Man meme, like, haha, you're here. Like, let's go at it. If you could preserve him, because remember, that's a Thursday and a Friday. Mm-hmm. If him missing this Brooklyn game means he'll be a little bit stronger for Thursday and Friday, I don't think it's the worst idea in the world.
It's not. I'm not against it. If I were him, I'd try to figure out how to keep playing. And I'm not saying that it may go above him, like where they say, hey, we'll sit you tonight. He's not asking to sit, but I just think that's part of the progression of a player and somebody that's looked at as a franchise player. You gotta be able to get through it sometimes. And I would use this as a situation, if I was De'Aaron Fox, just the way that I approach the game, where I'm like, all right, if this was the playoffs, I'd play. Mm-hmm. I'd play because I can't play. So I need to figure out in this moment, even though it's the regular season, I need to figure out how to be effective in these moments, how to make sure my game doesn't drop off completely in these moments. I don't feel 100%, but I need to use these regular season games in the season where we probably won't make the playoffs. I need to use these as reps. It's kind of like mental reps to when I get in those situations in the playoffs and I'm banged up, I know that I've been here before and I can still perform and I can still help my team at a high level. It's just a certain way to go about it. It's not a right or wrong thing or anything like that. It's just another way to go about it. I completely understand where you're coming from though, where you're like, hey, just sit them, let them get a couple extra days of rest. But as an athlete, I would use it as a little bit of a mental exercise, to use this opportunity to push through and prepare yourself for the bigger moments when you have to push through.
I've also just, should be clear, I've never been an anti-load management guy either. Like I don't have a problem with load managing. I don't have a problem with guys like, hey, maybe it's best long term if you sit this one out. Maybe it's best if, kind of strategic rest throughout the year, especially for a guy like De'Aaron, who you and I were both screaming, oh, we want to see him up in that 36, 37, 38 minute mark on a night-to-night basis. And then he was, and, it wasn't an overuse thing that right. got him out of that Orlando game. It was some sort of, I think it was like a knee-to-knee contact or something like that, which we know how painful that is in the shoot-around. But still, I think it works. Like, I think you can manage that in a certain way to where it could benefit the team. And again, I probably should preface this with, do we know the status of Harrison Barnes yet? Like, what's Harrison's status going to be, not just for tomorrow, but what is Harrison's status going to be for Thursday and Friday as well?
Well, he was questionable yesterday, right? Like he went out, tried to work out before the game and see if he could go, and then it was determined that he wasn't able to go. So I take that as a little bit of a good sign, where it's not like he's just not completely gone. He feels like he may be getting close, but is it Tuesday close or is it Thursday close? You know what I mean? But if he was just like, nah, he's out, he ain't playing, we'll see at game time.
Yeah,
that would mean he'd be out for a little while, I would think.
And I also, it sounded like you mentioned Deuce and Mo. I heard Deuce say this on some thoughts about the game last night. He was watching Rashawn Holmes at the he was able to see him like warm up, and I guess he was like grimacing. Like like Rashawn toughed it out to get out there on the floor. It's okay. Like, wait a minute. It's game 30. How many guys are toughing it out to get through game 30? And I know that we opened the show saying, it's hard to not feel like this season is slipping away. That's the small view, right? Like that's how we're looking at it in a microcosm. We're looking at this losing streak. But as you pointed out right at the beginning, when you step back and look at the Western Conference in its totality, it's like, the season very much isn't slipping away because no one else is running away with it. Right. So if you have if you're running a risk now of Rashawn Holmes missing lengthy time, and you're running the risk of, and I don't know if you're running a risk of either one of these guys missing a lengthy amount of time. I'm just trying to figure out what is the best route for them to be able to get a couple of wins, at least one, hopefully a couple of wins at the end of this week with New York and Detroit on the schedule.
Yeah, and you've got to figure out. I don't know necessarily how, like, the level of these guys' injuries, right? Like De'Aaron Fox, like obviously, he's hurt, but he can still go. He can play.
Yeah,
and once again, reading the newspaper, you know what I mean? All this. I'm old school in that aspect where if you can go. If I can go, if I'm playing, if I can go, I'm gonna try and go out there and gut it out. And maybe that's somebody else's call to say, hey, I'm not letting you go out there. Luke, the trainer and staff, whatever the case may be. But if I'm De'Aaron Fox, if I'm Rashawn Holmes, I mean, we saw Rashawn Holmes. He's not 100%, but he was like, hey, I'm gonna see if I can go, and if I can go, I'm gonna give it a go, and I'm gonna try and play. And that's just that's most of the athlete's mentality more times than not.
Sure.
So maybe they got to step in and protect themselves from De'Aaron Fox. But.
Well, it's Marvin the other night, right? Like, coach, let me go. Like, I'm good. Like, I feel great. Like, we're rolling. Like, let me go. Even though I'm on a minutes restriction, like, let me go. I get that. I think all athletes, if given the true like the real choice, I think, well over 90% of them are going to say, no, just like, let me go. I'll play through it, because an athlete, especially a competitive one, is always going to believe I could be the difference maker.
Right.
Even at, I don't know, 70%, 75%. And I don't know what percentage De'Aaron is at. I just know he took 17 shots last night and had 13 points.
Yeah, he was struggling last night. The other thing
and it's not like anyone else was good, by the way. It's not like De'Aaron like stuck out. Like nobody was good yesterday, but it's worth pointing out.
The other thing about that, though, when you talk about playing through something, the other thing that factors in for the athlete is like, well, if I'm not doing any more damage to myself by playing, I'm gonna just play. So if it's something that's just sore and it's like, hey, it's gonna be sore for. We saw it earlier with Marvin's thumb or his wrist, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was like it's not gonna. I'm assuming the trainers told him it's not gonna. You're not gonna do any more damage to it. It's just gonna be uncomfortable, and it's a pain tolerance thing. And he decided, all right, well, I'm gonna have to take the pain, figure out how to play through it. I'm assuming that's what's going on with whatever the issue may be with Fox, and even with Rashawn Holmes too a little bit. If they're telling them you're not going to injure yourself further, it's just a pain tolerance thing, they're going to try and gut that thing out.
I said no one played good yesterday, and that's false. Tyrese Halliburton did.
Tyrese played good.
And Tyrese.
I thought Daquan was solid too.
Hey, can we hit this anytime? Can we do that anytime Daquan Jeffries balls out? Can we just get the hey? Yeah.
I want to hit the Quan, but I forgot the dance.
Yeah, so that's okay.
I'm gonna have to look at that on the break.
And I don't want you springing up out of that chair too quickly either. we still got 2.5 hours to go, baby. We still got 2.5 hours to go.
I wasn't ready for that.
Let's hit some different. I've been playing it like I've been wanting to use that for a while. I was like, hey, Daquan's back in. Hit the Quan. It works. It works for me.
It does. I love it.
Let's hit a different type of music.
So I can hit the Quan.
There it is. Let's go.
Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway. 4 topics, 2 arguments, no winners. One-on-one with D-Lo and KC.
All right, we're going to get back to the Sacramento Kings coming up here shortly. We'll also take a look at the Brooklyn Nets, the Los Angeles Lakers, and the clear-cut MVP so far this season.
Excuse me?
That's all. You heard me. That's all coming up here as D-Lo and KC continue. Let's start with this one. This was quite an interesting story to take over Twitter last night. The Timberwolves fired their coach, Ryan Saunders. Now, I want to point this out with all due respect, as my partner would say. And understandably so, Ryan Saunders felt like an emotional hire. I know that the coaches I know that the organization really liked him. I know that the players really liked him when he was there. And I can't imagine the loss of that organization, when Flip passed away. Mm-hmm. But if you were really paying attention, you knew that, again, by all accounts, Ryan Saunders is a wonderful, wonderful human being. Mm-hmm. It never felt like he was the right guy to lead this group.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, like that kind of manifested itself. He wound up finishing with a 43-94 record during his time as the Minnesota Timberwolves head coach. So the Timberwolves fired him last night, and I believe Adrian Wojnarowski followed up with, Minnesota's not going to name an interim head coach. And seconds later, Shams fired off the tweet that they've already hired a head coach, an assistant out of Toronto, Chris Finch. So there's probably a couple of things worth looking at there. Nothing illegal. It's completely legal as long as they have the permission of the Toronto Raptors. You can do that stuff secretly without informing your coach. I mean, there are some coaches who would look at it like, that job is occupied. I'm not going to discuss it with you until it's no longer occupied. We've heard, I think it was Doc Rivers do that with something. I can't really remember. Maybe it was Alvin Gentry. I can't remember. But I remember specifically them saying, that job's occupied. I'm not going to have a conversation about it. Basically the opposite approach of Jason Kidd, who wants everybody's job. But there's a couple of different things to point out right there. One, KC, is the odd way in which this all transpired on social media last night for a Toronto Raptors assistant, Chris Finch, to take over as the Minnesota Timberwolves head coach. And two, the reaction from people who knew David Vanderpool, who was an assistant there in Minnesota. Dame Lillard tweeted, "How the hell do you not hire David Vanderpool? He's right there on the bench. And he's been in front offices successfully and on the front of a bench of a winning team successfully for 7 years, and also has played a major role in the development of a dominant backcourt." Shaking my damn head. That's Dame Lillard talking about David Vanderpool. I don't have a specific question, so I'll just go, KC, talk about what happened last night in Minnesota.
To be honest with you, I was kind of perplexed for a little while. I didn't know what was going on. I was like, did they get rid of Ryan? Are they planning to get rid of Ryan? Yeah. Was this just out of nowhere? Then they're going to hire, what you say my man's name was, Finch?
Chris Finch, yes.
Chris Finch. I didn't
Sounds
know
like
really
he's out of the American Pie franchise.
The only good one was the first one.
Facts.
Yeah. First one was iconic.
I
remember
absolutely.
that one in the theaters. That was phenomenal.
Wow, you saw that in the theaters?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was phenomenal.
I would not have put my money on that.
Nah, yeah, I was about 14. Yeah, maybe about 14, somewhere around there.
It was not 14-year-old appropriate.
It was not. Great movie. Absolutely great movie. But yeah, so I saw the outrage from everybody, and I was kind of busy watching something else. We'll talk about it later. So I really didn't I didn't really like grasp what was going on. But I mean, I look at the outrage from people across the NBA, and really the process seems to be upsetting people the most. I think everybody is kind of in agreement that Ryan, like you mentioned, wasn't the guy for the job. Mm-hmm. And okay, you got an opening here. You got a guy in-house that at least should get an interview, should see if you guys are on the same page before you just basically hand it to somebody else. It just seemed, I don't know if fishy is the word, because there's also something to be said for people who have their eye honed in on one candidate and they're not going to waste anybody else's time, and they bring that guy in. I understand it.
Sounds familiar.
It didn't, not sure it's going to work in those other situations either. So yeah, I don't know.
I think the process is bothersome, and I don't know. It'll be. I know the general manager of the Minnesota Timberwolves and Chris Finch, they have a relationship, and that's all good and fine. And I mean, you can't ignore the race aspect of it, because it's starting to feel like it's becoming an issue in the NBA as well. Yeah. But really, what I'll focus on is this part. You see the outrage from Dame Lillard and some of the people. For those who didn't put this together, Vanderpool worked for on Terry Stout's bench in Portland. So the dominant backcourt that he's referring to is his with CJ McCollum. The reason the reason I really wanted to bring this story up was not just top of the mind, but was really to bring David Vanderpool's name into this. Because if the Sacramento Kings are looking for a head coach in the near future, keep that name on the top of your list.
Interesting.
He's a guy that I've heard a lot about the last 2 years from inside the organization. He's going to be a head coach a lot sooner rather than later. And if you're one of those people who are like, don't want a retread coach, I don't want, the Stan Van Gundy's, and I don't want the Jeff Van Gundy's or the Harriet Van Gundy's or anybody with the last name Van Gundy. I don't want any of them. I don't want any retread. I don't want to bring in is Larry Brown looking for a job, for God's sakes. Don't want to bring him in. Like, we need a new young, coach with who can relate to these players. That's your guy.
Isn't the guy who was up for the possible GM job with the Kings, isn't he in Minnesota and he's really good friends with Monty McNair?
Yes, you're talking about Gupta, Sachin Gupta.
Yeah,
is that right?
I think that's what it is. Yeah. So I mean, there is a connection. Yeah. If it becomes available.
Yeah,
we'll see though.
We'll see. Just throwing it out there. That's all. What you got?
We'll see. Minnesota Timberwolves still in the news. This one's a little more positive.
Okay.
And we're taking this back to the weekend, back to the starting weekend. And I got to ask you, Damian, are you putting the odds out there? Are you betting that we see a better dunk than what we saw from Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards, on Friday night over, what's his name, Wannabe from Toronto?
Yeah, no. I don't think so. I mean that's gonna be one that's played for a long time. I don't think it's a stretch to say it's up there with like the DeAndre Jordan, alley-oop and the Blake Griffin, on Kendrick. It's up there, dude. That picture. I don't know who took that
still
picture.
Shot was crazy.
But I saw the still before the video, and I saw the still like, oh my God, Tim Maxwell had some fun with that still picture as well. But I saw that and was like, oh, okay. Where is this dunk?
Crazy.
Like, I need to see this dunk. And so, yeah, I can't imagine a better dunk this year than that one.
I'm a little bit of a stickler here. I don't want to be a stick in the mud or anything like that, but I've got to say, I wish he would have landed on his feet. Something about him falling to the ground kind of threw it off for me. Just kind of throw it off. I wish he would have landed on his feet, but that was sick. That was nasty.
Ronnie.
Go ahead.
Ronnie Price's dunk doesn't get enough love. Like in the grand scheme of like great dunks of all time, that one was spectacular, and it doesn't get enough love.
That was spectacular. That was an all-timer in my book. I just wanted to say, if it wasn't for this like weird playoff appearance, Minnesota kind of skating right now.
Oh,
Minnesota kind of skating because they have been atrocious. And they've had what now 2 number 1 picks, and they've still been atrocious for this long.
Yeah. They have been bad. You know what wasn't bad last night was the Elimination Chamber. I enjoyed it. We've got our WrestleMania main event, Roman Reigns versus Edge. It's not really what I wanted when Edge won the Royal Rumble, but I think I'm good with this now. I think it'll give Roman Reigns possibly his best match ever. I'm okay with this, but I love the cash in at the end with The Miz becoming the WWE champion. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
Yeah, see, I kind of saw it because they had the random shot of MVP talking to The Miz, and they didn't really elaborate on it. I feel like they didn't even mention it on the broad. Like they showed it, but the announcers didn't even mention it. And it was like, okay, that was weird. Then Bobby Lashley comes out there and does what he does to drawing a blank.
Drew McIntyre.
Drew McIntyre. I always draw a blank on Drew's name. But I was like, okay. And I was sitting there watching it with Reese, and I was like, I think The Miz is going to come out. And he's like, why would The Miz come out? I was like, remember he was talking to MVP earlier? Sure enough, he cashes in. The Miz is cool. I like The Miz, but I don't know how I feel about him being a WWE champion.
Oh, he's championship worthy in my opinion. I could do without some of the. I think he normally changes like really quick, kind of like Jericho does. Like he'll switch up. I feel like he's been in this Hollywood Miz thing for a while.
Yeah.
So maybe now with the title he does a little switch up. Can we also admire the fact that Bobby Lashley was in the WWE like 15 years ago and he looks exactly the same today?
Bobby Lashley, exactly the same. Still ripped, still crazy ripped.
Still has a baby face. Like he still looks like he's 20 years old. Like if you intertwine clips, other than the fact that there's just video monitors behind him now, if you intertwine clips of like him wrestling today versus him wrestling 15 years ago, they look exactly the same.
Don't crack.
Yeah, that's
don't crack.
Indeed, it don't.
Simple as that.
Not even a little bit. I don't know that he uses $380 a bottle night moisturizer either. We'll step out. We'll come back. The Kings' next opponent, they're hot, man. Like white hot. The Lakers, not so much. We'll dive into all of that and get back to the Kings as well. As D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
3 number 1 picks for the Timberwolves, and they're still where they're at.
Wow. Who was the
Cat, Ant-Man, and who was the other one? No, Olo Candy. Olo Candy was to the Clippers, so it wasn't him.
Is it Excuse me. Is it Wiggins? Because it was
Yeah.
Cleveland, but
Yeah,
they traded, right?
that's right. That's right. Good call. Good call.
Nailed it. I don't know. Hi, Jill. I think Jill's watching.
Jill, what up?
She just retweeted the what do you call it?
So this was a great dunk. Don't get it twisted. The moment was great. Oracle went crazy. And Baron Davis
That was good.
He beat the hell out of AK-47 on that dunk. Just, you want to talk about a clothesline from here, a forearm shiver. He beat the living hell out of AK-47. Look, to me, the best one that I've seen, and this is emotional, Manny would know, Pippen on Ewing, 94.
Oh,
I haven't seen one, but now there's been nastier ones like DeAndre on Brandon Knight. Yeah, that was nasty and all this other stuff. But when you put in the dunk and the emotion behind it, and then he goes and tells Spike Lee to sit his ass down. I was at little Kenny Caraway was in the room 1994 going nuts because Scotty dunked over Patrick Ewing.
I don't know why
I
little
lost my
Kenny
mind.
Caraway amuses me so much, but it very much does. Oh, I see Brett Huff just tweeted. I see we're canceling Tim Maxwell.
What?
Tim, I think some people already canceled Tim. Tim tweeted, a good oatmeal raisin is better than a good chocolate chip.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Goodbye,
Tim. Goodbye, Tim.
Take Tim Maxwell off our guest list, please. Like, that is insane.
Oatmeal raisin is trash.
See, now Tim follows it up with a good tweet here. He has a breakdown of Marvin Bagley's games. These are really impressive. I think we should present this on the air.
Okay. Don't tell me yet. I want to hear this on there.
I wish Tim Maxwell didn't say crazy stuff like oatmeal. Like, who eats oatmeal raisin cookies?
I don't know. I really don't know.
And where the hell has Rich Ivanowski been? I feel like I don't.
He's been around here or there. I don't know.
I don't feel like he's not around as much.
Yeah, he's not around as much. I don't
Yeah,
even know.
Rich.
Be honest with you, from everything I could tell, I don't even know if he's in the state anymore.
No, I know. I think he moved or was moving. I just feel like he kind of disappeared. Call Rich. See if Rich can come on this week. We've got lots of radio this week.
Lots of it.
4.5 hours tomorrow. Let's see if Rich can come on tomorrow. Rich, what you doing, man? What you doing, dog? Man, these guys dig into their stats. I got some stats from Will Z. I don't know if Will Z is in the chat. Will, I know I didn't get back to you. I was trying to get the show together. I don't even know what you sent me. I don't even know what that is, but it's something. It is something.
So this is a side note. I don't even know if this goes on the air, but it looks like the 49ers are going back to their original SF logo. Classic.
Okay.
Streaming live on Twitch, YouTube, Periscope, and radio.com. Here's D'Lo and KC.
Okay. There's about to be a full-on argument about the best type of cookie right now in the
with
chat.
who?
And this is all Tim Maxwell's fault. Like, I read a tweet from Tim Maxwell about a oatmeal raisin cookie during the commercial break on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. And now it's about to go down in the chat room about the best. There really is only one type of cookie. It's a chocolate chip. Like, that's it. There's nothing else.
I don't even eat any other cookie.
Anything else?
For what?
Anything else isn't even a cookie. Like, it's a sugary substance. Like, it's
Who
not a
cares
cookie.
about those other cookies? Like, who cares?
Oatmeal. Like, who goes into the store or the bakery and says, "Hey, give me some of those oatmeal raisin cookies"?
Mrs. Fields. Who goes to Mrs. Fields and asks for oatmeal raisin?
Mrs. Field doesn't even bother making them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Fields.
It's a hard pass right here. And now Tim followed that sensationally horrible tweet up with this one, which is quite the opposite. Marvin Bagley has experienced the largest game-to-game performance swing of any player. First 7 games, 10.9 points, 8.1 rebounds. Next 7, 16.6 points, 7.4 rebounds. Next 9, 10.1 points, 6.9 rebounds. Next 5, 18.6 and 8 rebounds. That is spectacular.
Wow.
I love the way that he's playing right now.
I do too.
I mean, that Chicago game was good. I don't know what to make of yesterday's game. It's difficult when you look at, it's funny. Everybody except Buddy made 5 shots yesterday. The barometer for the most made field goals in the starting lineup was 5. And your shooting guard couldn't get there. He could only get to 3. Daquan had 5 made field goals. Marvin Bagley had 5. Rashawn Holmes had 5. De'Aaron Fox had 5. Now, they all took a lot more shots than 5 to get there. But then you had Buddy, who was 3 of 13.
And he made those 3 in like 40 seconds.
Yeah,
in a 40-second span in the second quarter. I mean, jeez. That's not going to get it done, man.
It's
not going to get it done.
Ain't going to do it, my man. We'll get back to Buddy Hield.
But look, real quick, the reason why we don't, there's not more there with Marvin, I mentioned it earlier, I don't run no plays for him.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Get that man some looks. I'm almost to the point now. You remember what I said? De'Aaron needs to be at like 20 field goal attempts a night. I'm not saying Bagley needs to be at 20, but 17, 18 a night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like he needs, get him the ball so he can put it up. Absolutely.
Shout out to the homeboy Bryant Weston here. We were questioning the whereabouts of Richard Ivanowski. Rich moved to Dallas for a new job. He's still got to get Rich on and talk about the Kings. And shout out to Bryant West. Of course, he works for the official blog of D'Lo and KC, the Kings Herald, our official source for all news, and Tim Maxwell's Twitter account, of course, as well.
I was about to ask you a silly question.
Should we have Bryant West on to evaluate the draft? Is that what it was? Because I thought about that this week. I was like, how long do we
need
start
to do
looking?
That. We need to do that. I'm watching that young boy out of Illinois. He doing what he do. He doing what he do. I got my eye on him. I was going to ask you a question. I was like, would you ever move out of California? Well, you already have.
Yeah.
But would you move out of California again?
I don't know. I mean, first of all, Rich, we hope you're safe, man. It's a bit messy in Texas. So if
it's starting to thaw out a little bit. So hopefully,
if you really are in Texas now, if you've already left, man, sending our love to you. I mean, it depends on the circumstance. Like I lived, we spent, 6, 7, 8 months in Connecticut or in Knoxville, Tennessee, several years in Connecticut, summers in DC. I really like California, man.
I'm about to say,
I really love California. Truthfully, I love Sacramento, man. Like I don't have any beef with Sacramento. I'm a chill dude, man. I like being at home. I like being with my dogs. I like walking around the neighborhood. I don't need a big city life. My sister and mom live in the San Francisco area. It's 2 hours away. I don't mind going to there. The only thing that we lack are the beach and the ocean. That's all I really want.
Yeah.
So, if you could get me to move somewhere where I'm closer to the proximity to the Pacific Ocean, maybe I'd do that, man. But truthfully, I love it here.
Go down to that. What's that river everybody goes to and pounds off as a beach?
I'm not going there. No, I don't. That's not what. I'm sorry that you misheard me. I want the Pacific Ocean, Kenneth. I do not want a river. I do not want a lake. I want the Pacific Ocean. So get me along the coastal line somewhere, and I'm good. But truthfully, man, I love California. I love Sacramento.
Yeah, it used to be a hard never. Like I was like, no, I'm never leaving. Now, if the situation was perfect, maybe you could get me to think about it, but
it's just so
I love California. I love California, man.
Living in California, like you drive north for 6 hours and you're in California, and you drive south for 6 hours and you're in California. You do that stuff in like Connecticut, DC, you're crossing like 6, 7, 8 states.
Yeah,
hell,
man.
you might wind up in Canada if you go north over there. So it's totally different. There's so much more at your disposal, but with that comes you need snow plows. You can't go nowhere till the ice machine comes out. You're stranded in your house if the snow comes down too hard, and it's tough, man. Not the best. We had this horrible like long driveway that was like cobblestone that I have to get out there and snow plow, so the car could get taken out. Yeah, not my favorite.
Not my job.
Because snow plowing, like those driveways are hundreds of dollars, like hundreds of. No, man, I'll learn to do it myself. That was a strong regret on my part. I think that's
Oh my
ultimately
God.
what broke me. The last winter in Connecticut broke me. It was like, I'm going home. I can't do this anymore. I'm going home where it's literally 77 degrees right now. I'm taking my ass home.
I'm out.
I'm
out.
gonna go be a sports talk show host. That's what I'm gonna do. And talk about the Brooklyn Nets, who the Sacramento Kings play tomorrow night. And dude, I know this was your squad entering the year. This was your pick out of the Eastern Conference, man. They are playing the best basketball they've played all year, and they are still not complete.
Not complete. And they just came in and did a Cali sweep, mixed in a little Phoenix in there,
Mm-hmm.
and they took over the West Coast.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, man, they look impressive.
Power rankings will be interesting tomorrow. That's for sure.
That is for sure.
Because Brooklyn was nowhere in sight last week
Well,
when we laid out our power rankings.
They're gonna be in there this week. For I can safe to say with both of us, how high? Well, they might go straight to the top. I'm just giving you. I haven't made them yet. I don't know. I got to break some things down, but they might go straight to the top. What they did on the West Coast is impressive.
Oh, absolutely. They're 6 games worse than Utah, though. I just want to point that out in the loss
Okay,
column.
that's fine.
6
Utah
games worse.
finally played somebody at full strength. Took a loss.
So, yeah, they
Somebody elite at full strength took a loss.
They did lose. They well, now be fair. They did beat them the night before.
Kawhi and PG didn't play. They basically played the Kings.
Stop it. The Clippers without Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are basically the Kings. There you go.
Today,
That's at
they're a little better,
IMK
probably.
Diddy on Twitter. That is at IMK Diddy. But you look at this Brooklyn team, you look at what they're doing, you realize the Kings got them tomorrow night. The Kings are still trying to figure themselves out. They're trying to find themselves, with not knowing whether Harrison Barnes is going to be out there, not knowing what percentage De'Aaron is. And I don't think it's a stretch to say you're probably wondering on a day-to-day basis whether Rashawn Holmes is going to be out there. I know Rashawn Holmes played last night, but is noted by a number of people. He wasn't 100%. He got out there and he worked and he fought through it. And I think he played, I want to confirm this, the lowest amount. Yeah, by far. He played the lowest amount of minutes for any starter. So, he's still a guy we're going to have to watch moving forward. So, and by the way, welcome to the home of the toughest team in basketball right now.
Oh boy. Well, I don't know where we go from here.
Should we just start talking about Detroit and New York? Do we skip courtside tomorrow? Do we skip post game? If we don't acknowledge it, does it actually happen?
It's a good point. My cousin, my favorite cousin, he's a Brooklyn Nets fan. He lives in Staten Island, so he's been with the Nets for a little bit. And every time the Kings and the Nets play, we have a bottle bet. We bet a bottle of champagne on it. And right now, I'm down like 3 bottles, and I'm about to call him and say, "Bets off for tomorrow."
Yeah,
I'm not just going to just give you a bottle of champagne. Bets off.
Well, at least you're not betting on Kings Bucks, because the Bucks, I think, have beaten the Kings like 8 or 9 times in a row.
Right. They have no shot. They have no shot.
I don't want to say that they have no shot. It feels like they have no shot, but I'm not going to say that they don't. I'm just going to say the task in front of them is quite tall. And Brooklyn is rolling now. They're back after their road trip. You mentioned running through Cali, beating every team in the state of California, running through Phoenix on the way out, and now they're back at the Barclays Center. And I don't know if it's this week. Fans are starting to get admitted.
Might be the first game.
Okay.
Might be the first game that they have fans in Brooklyn.
So that means, and I know they have a couple of times this year, and I think they did last night. The Kings will be playing in front of fans when they play Brooklyn. They'll be playing and if you're indeed correct and that it's the first game tomorrow, they'll be playing in front of fans when they play the New York Knicks as well at the end of the week. So I don't really know what the status is of Detroit, but you're starting to see more and more arenas starting to allow fans in here. But fans are not. This is just an absolutely brutal matchup for the Sacramento Kings coming up tomorrow, and it's just magnified by the fact this is a team desperately trying to snap out of this slump that they're in.
They need to in a bad way. Like you said, 7 straight losses, possibly looking at 8. I mean, this is This is the one thing, Damian, we talked about we needed them to avoid this year to have any semblance of, a productive season or a winning season. You just couldn't have these long extended losing streaks, and they're in the midst of one right now.
Yeah, Jesse's confirming for us the first time Brooklyn will let fans in is tomorrow against the Sacramento Kings. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I know you're used to the show being over right now, but it is not. We are with you moving forward every single day, Monday through Friday, at minimum 12 to 4, we say at minimum because we'll be with you till 4:30 tomorrow. We say at minimum because we'll be with you till 4:30 on Thursday. We'll be with you till 5 on Friday, but we'll never be out of here before 4 o'clock. If you're used to hearing Damon Rattle and Kolsky at this time, we appreciate you so much for tuning in. Hope you dig what you hear. Damon Rattle and Kolsky will be on coming up at 4 o'clock. You can watch along with the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can search out the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel as well while you're there. Please hit the subscribe button and don't forget to hit the thumbs up. That thumbs up is super important. It goes a really long way for us, and make sure you follow us on our social media platforms as well, at ESPN 1320 and at D'Lo and KC on Twitter. What are you over there grinning about? You gotta
Queen Bee came in here and then
bring you a newspaper.
No, the paper didn't come today.
Oh my goodness! You know where it did come? SacB.com. It was right there when I opened it this morning. SacB.com. It was readily available for me.
I got that too. It's nothing. I got the best of both worlds.
But there's no best when it comes to the paper. But I love that the newspaper is the new running gag amongst people on social media.
The people on social media hate that I read the newspaper. Boy.
They don't hate that you read the newspaper. They think it's funny that you read the newspaper.
I don't know why y'all don't like the newspaper.
Because when they say, do you know anyone? Newspaper. Because anytime somebody says, hey, do you know anyone who reads the newspaper? Everyone's going to say, well, Kenny.
Damn right.
That's
I was reading yesterday too. As I was watching Michigan, Ohio State. I was sitting on the Chase. I had the sports page there. I was just thumbing through. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Checking the box.
Look, they didn't approve the environmental thing on this hospital they want to build in Elk Grove. Interesting.
That was in the sports section?
No, I read the whole paper. Well, I don't read the whole paper. I skim through, the rest of the paper, and then I kind of read the sports articles. If something catches my eye, see, that's the other thing about being online. Online, I'll just scroll. Nothing's going to catch my eye. If I have the physical paper there's certain things that'll catch my eye as I'm sitting there reading it physically.
Mark says his pops reads the newspaper. He's 83.
It's a good man. Y'all gonna be sad when the newspaper gone.
Well, no, nobody is rooting for the newspaper to be gone. I want to point that out and be very clear. We want the newspaper to be around for a really long time, and virtually all newspapers have done a great job at adapting and getting with the times. I mean, newspapers, it's still nice to have. It's just funny to me that you read it, because most people who read the newspaper are Mark's dad. They're 83 years old.
If I'm at the kitchen table like I was yesterday, eating pancakes and eggs, what I'm supposed to have this iPad next to me? I'm supposed to bring my laptop down and type stuff in? No, just give me the physical paper. I'll turn the pages.
What are you, anti-typing? Like, what are you doing? What are you anti-typing something?
I ain't trying to bring my whole laptop down to the kitchen table.
You got a tablet. I know you've got a tablet.
It's an iPad too. I need a new one.
That's right. It is an iPad too. I forgot about that. You did mention that. The last time the Sacramento Kings were good, everybody was reading the newspaper, as was pointed out here on the chat line.
Tragic.
Earlier. Bryant says, my 65-year-old dad reads the entire SacB every day, but even he's moved on to the digital version. So
once again, I'm not walking around with my computer or my tablet. If I'm on my phone, I'm on Twitter watching threads about Meek Mill.
Do you have a rocking chair on your patio?
No. Although we're going to get some. Well, we want rocking chairs, but we're just probably going to get some regular patio furniture.
Can't yell at kids to get off your lawn without a rocking chair.
Well, they're not on my lawn, but they definitely don't need to be parking in front of my house if you're not against it.
Yes, if you're not following at I am K Diddy and you want to learn all of his pet peeves, go check him out. That is the perfect place to go. parking in front of his house, and miss free throws. Those are the two things that will really send at IMK Diddy into a fit. Parking in front of his house and missing free throws. Unfortunately, you weren't able to escape either one of those this weekend.
Yeah, missed free throws are the worst. Missed free throws. I really need to sometimes I just walk away from the TV on missed free throws.
Yeah, I mean,
and that college team I was talking about, University of Michigan, 91%, 85%, 88%. Just go down the line. This college team is out here making free throws, putting games away like it's nothing. And my professional team can't shoot better than 60% most nights.
They shot 75% last night.
It's not good enough.
It's not. I mean, they were 15 of 20 in that. I mean, they were 15 of 20 last night. Giannis Antetokounmpo was 19 of 24. So, as JR would say, another case of there you have it. The night before, they shot 81%. Maybe
that's acceptable.
Maybe this is an area that they are getting better. Of course, it feels like none of this matters. It's like we're just, we're putting sprinkles and whipped cream on a big load of crap right here, trying to find out what the Kings are doing well, when the fact is, okay, they shot 81%. Hey, Daquan Jeffries has played really well. Marvin Bagley has played really well. Good. But the team is in the midst of, their longest losing streak of the season.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to take away from any of this. Like, what does it mean that Daquan Jeffries is playing well? What does it mean that Marvin Bagley seems to finally have his legs under him and he's finally playing well when, you're missing Harrison Barnes, you're kind of throwing lineups together, and you're unable to be out there with a full complement of players, and you're unable to win games?
Well, to me, it's all bad, first of all. I understand that. But I also take a couple other things from that. I look at this team and I say, all right, well, you have some things going on here. You just need a few tweaks. I still don't believe the Kings are that far off. I don't think they're this god-awful team. I think they're not deep. So when one of their starters go down, they don't have a replacement. Well, when most of their starters go down, they don't have a replacement.
Yeah.
Right? And that's got to change. Daquan Jeffries playing better. That's a good sign because it gives much needed depth to this roster. Still not good enough depth, but it gives a little more depth. You got another guy that you can rely on, that you can go to. I think they need a player or two here or there to get them to where if Harrison Barnes is out for 2 or 3 games, they don't fall off a cliff. Mm-hmm. Right now, that's where they're at. Harrison Barnes is gone.
They're Wile E. Coyote, dude. They just hit the splat.
No, they don't have anybody like Harrison Barnes on the roster where they can say, okay, you can hold it down for a little bit. They don't have that. They don't have anybody like De'Aaron Fox, and they really don't have anybody like Rashawn Holmes and Marvin Bagley. Mm-hmm. So when those guys are gone, you're losing a whole lot. So I know it's bad. It's all bad. I get it. But when they get everybody healthy, I think they're a better team, and get into Quan playing better, adds another person to that depth. And then, I don't know, maybe you can use one of these guys, the Corey Josephs, Bielitsas, Jabari Parkers, whatever, to move forward with bolstering that roster a little bit.
There's Jabari Parker sightings this weekend. Like, Jabari Parker was on the basketball floor.
He wasn't terrible.
I just was like, hey, there's Jabari Parker. He is on the roster. He's alive and well, and he is out there moving around. I understand the overall concept of this theory, so I don't want the question that I'm asking, trying to minimize what I think people want out of this. Mm-hmm. But have the last couple of games changed anyone's mind about life without Harrison Barnes?
I'm sure for some people it has, and for me, I don't think it has. We would always say, don't change him. Don't trade him for anything. Like, mm-hmm. I think I can speak for you when I said it's not necessarily true. Like, for instance, if the Magic came to you, general manager Damian Barling, right now, and said, we'll give you Aaron Gordon for Harrison Barnes, you'd at least look through that trade and think about it. It's not like, no, Harrison, no. We're not doing anything with Harrison. Like, it's not that.
I dig deep into Aaron Gordon's medicals. That would be my first order of business. Yeah,
absolutely.
But I'm not hanging up the phone. Is the point? Is your point? Yeah, and I get it. Yeah.
So there are situations and guys out there that and reasonable guys. Obviously, Giannis, yes, I trade Harrison Barnes, whatever. But there's reasonable guys out there. It's a good question.
Who says no?
It's a good question. No, but yeah, I look at Harrison, and you just got to give me more than a late first round pick, a prospect, or a second round pick for. I can't because they have nothing like Harrison Barnes right now, and unless you're giving me something directly to replace Harrison Barnes, I can't move on from him.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel about it. And he's not hurting you. He's not hurting you out there with his salary and with his play. Like, to me, he's a positive. He's either average or he's a positive.
Yeah, I still think you have several more years where Harrison Barnes can be a key contributor to this roster. I hate the idea of I hate that one term that I've just grown to detest is acquiring assets. Like what does that mean? Like we're talking about acquiring draft picks. It's like, what are we going to do with these draft picks? How many draft picks hit? Like, and I know it's a different sport and it's not fair and I'm cheating, but I'm going to cheat. Like Jared Goff traded, Carson Wentz traded. Like you run through the you think you have these you draft at the top of the draft. You think you have these hits so much so that you re-sign them, so much so that you lock them up to big money deals. Like, what is going through the mind, real talk, of the Cleveland Browns right now? You've got the number 1 overall pick in Baker Mayfield coming off his best season as a pro. You broke the playoff drought for the Cleveland Browns. You got in there, you worked, you did all of that stuff. Well, guess what? Guess who's due for a contract extension? You gonna take that step? You gonna take that big step with Baker Mayfield and potentially winding up in the same boat that the Philadelphia Eagles did and the Los Angeles Rams did? Like, you could talk about assets, you could talk about drafting, you could talk about where you're drafting and all that stuff, but if you're not doing it right, and this is the biggest unknown that's unfair to this whole conversation, is Vlade's not here. Praise God. Monty McNair is here. And Monty McNair so far has 1 draft pick. And he might be the most beloved Sacramento King in history already. Like, he is that guy. Nobody right now is questioning what Monty McNair did with that 1 draft pick that he has had so far this year. But everything else is just like, it's, even the best can get it wrong. Yeah. And I don't know. I don't love the idea of acquiring a bunch of draft picks.
I look at Harrison. He's still under 30 years old. He's still a solid contributor. And you would be trading Harrison Barnes to receive assets to hopefully find another Harrison Barnes, right? Like, that's the way I've always looked at it. And it's extremely, and even when you talk about that, you're not getting a lottery pick for Harrison Barnes. You're not even getting just outside of the lottery for Harrison Barnes. You'd be talking about mid to late 20s for Harrison Barnes, and then a guy that's maybe a guy on the roster that's a player like a Kevin Knox or something like that. Nah, it's not enough. It's not enough. I would need a little bit more for Harrison Barnes, and nobody's going to give you a little bit more for Harrison Barnes. So I'll just hold on to him.
Jill says acquiring extra assets to be used in trades works even better. Okay, like I'm fine with that.
I understand the logic, but you actually got to play the game, though.
Might I interest you in a shooting guard? Nah, we got to stop that. Actually, we don't, because we've got 4 hours, so we can continue to have this conversation.
We don't have to stop that. At the very least, he needs to be a backup shooting guard.
I'm fine with that. Like, I'm completely fine with that. We'll continue to talk about the Sacramento Kings. We want to hear more from you as well. 916-349-1320. Of course, we got the chat room popping here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We got to talk about this Deion Sanders situation. Is interesting to say the least. We've got that coming up as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320. Yeah. You want to go?
Yeah, I'll go right now.
All right. What's up, Jilly? Jilly in here somewhere. Hi, Jill. We was wondering if you was watching. Oh, man. What do we got in here? Hey, what's good? That's my partner, Jill Edge. Roddy. Not okay, Roddy. Not okay. Nah, something ill happened. That was a weird story, but yeah, you can't make that up. Like Prime was pissed. But I think there's probably another discussion to have about Deion Sanders in that I don't know. No, Roddy, not okay. Not okay. It doesn't add up. But I feel like there's probably a greater discussion to be had about like, what's going on there with him. It feels like, and I get it, like he's prime, like he's Deion Sanders. He's a Hall of Famer, for goodness sakes. He's one of the most, charismatic professional athletes we've ever seen. But I don't feel like when you take a college coaching job that the coaching job should be about you. Like this should be about the kids that you coach. It should be about the young people in your program. Like I think it's difficult for Deion to be in any situation that isn't completely about him. And that's what this feels like. Like this is it's all about him. I was going to shout out my man AK Echo 7. I don't know what his real name is, but that's his name here on but he's actually listening on the radio. He's going old school. What's more old school? The radio or the newspaper? Okay, you're right, Roddy. Well, I don't want to sit here and be silent. You're right. Kenny left. We've got to take turns now as to like who grabs the snacks and the bathroom stuff because our bodies are very conditioned to going to the bathroom like it's really wild how conditioned your body becomes to your routines. And I am a routine regimented dude. Like I am the boringest dude on the planet. That's why I say I love, oh, it's no marathon, baby. We good, man. It's everyday life. We've got more people here on the stream than we have since we've launched this thing. We've got, it looks like YouTube is the favored platform. Like how many of y'all are working? How about that of the people that are in here hanging out right now? Like I know Jill's working. I know my man Andrew is working. I know y'all are hitting them thumbs up. That's what's up, man. I love y'all. Y'all are helping us grow this platform, man, so quick. You guys are the best, man. I can't tell you, by the way, how cool it is to let's get KC back in here. How cool it is, man, to like be a part of something like that we're building. You know what I mean? Like rather than being a part of something that's already established, being a part of something that like we're building, that's pretty dope, man. It's pretty exciting. And I love this because Kenny and I are hands-on. Dude, we're hands-on with everything, whether it's Twitch and YouTube, whether it's streaming, the podcasting, like whatever it is, man, we are super hands-on with everything we're doing. And Danny in San Francisco is receptive to all of it, and he listens to our opinions, and he knows we're going to talk wrestling, and we don't tell him we're going to. We just do it. That's right. If you're catching us for the first time, if you're used to hearing Damon Rattle and Kolsky, no worries. You'll still hear DRK immediately following D'Lo and KC today and every day at 4 o'clock as D'Lo and KC has been extended to 4 hours, 12 to 4. We can't thank you all enough for making that happen, and we can't thank those enough who are watching us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. And those that are watching on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, I love that because I can see here who's watching on what platform, and it looks like YouTube is representing pretty strong. So we appreciate that, man. You got to go through a little bit of extra effort there to find us there on YouTube. So we appreciate you searching us out, finding us. It's not like the URL like twitch.tv/ESPN1320. So we appreciate y'all, man. This is fun. We're having a blast with this stream. Just as I said that, I got the logo that my stream is starting to struggle here a little bit. My stream is ill. Like I see it. It's giving me that logo, but that's all right. Not today. Not today. Ain't gonna get us, man. And Deion Sanders said, not today, yesterday. As there was this bizarre story brought to us by Deion Sanders. Apparently after, Deion Sanders, for those who have not been following the story, he's the head coach at Jackson State. an HBCU. All good things.
Yep.
So they played yesterday. They defeated Edward Waters College. I don't know.
I've never heard of that
Juggernaut
place.
that is, but that's
I've heard of a lot of colleges. I know my colleges.
You do know your
I've
colleges.
never heard of Edwards Waters.
That's it. Edward Waters College. Anyways,
sure that's a college.
Jackson State beat them 53-0. And as Deion Sanders sat down, he launched into a description of what happened during the game. No, not on the field, but what happened, I guess, in the locker room is his wallet and his watches and his cell phone, and many of his belongings were stolen. Now, it was tweeted later on from someone involving Jackson State Athletics saying, no, this is a misunderstanding. His belongings were misplaced. They were locked up. Deion immediately tweeted like, nah, this stuff was in my bag. It was in a zipped bag. Someone went in there and took it. And apparently one of the assistant coaches saw them, or I don't really know how that like all worked out, but eventually the story ends with Deion Sanders getting all of his belongings back. So there's that. But I want to ask you like a kind of a deeper rooted question here with Deion. Like, because I don't know what to make of this. Stuff stolen, stuff returned. Like it's whatever. Like I don't
crazy.
wish I don't wish that type of stuff on anyone, but
that's a crazy story.
But what I find stranger is, you know, his name is Coach Prime. That's what he refers to himself as.
Yeah.
That's what the university refers to him as. As a matter of fact, when the university put out a statement yesterday, it said immediately following our win today, several items belonging to Coach Prime were taken from the locker room.
Okay.
That's his name, Coach Prime. So I love Deion Sanders. I think I expressed this to you last week sometime where we were talking about players that I loved, athletes that I love, particularly baseball players that I love, like Deion Sanders. I loved him as an Atlanta Falcon cornerback, and that drew me over to the Atlanta Braves and everything that he was doing on the baseball end. So I've always been a big fan of Deion Sanders. I've always been a big fan of the primetime gimmick and Neon Deion and all of that stuff. I even loved Deion Sanders when he was with the San Francisco 49ers. But when you're a coach in college, this shouldn't be about Coach Prime. Like, this shouldn't be about prime time. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't this be about the young people? Shouldn't this be about the students that you're working with?
It definitely should. Absolutely.
But his personality is too big for it. Like,
he
this
never
isn't
let
his
that
role.
happen. Yeah, you're at the Coach Prime show down there at Jackson State, and to a certain degree, though, that's what college sports is. That's how things go in college. It's about the coaches.
Yeah,
they are the
true.
stars, and Jackson State. Nobody has really thought about Jackson State football ever until he got there.
And that's why
So,
this is a good story. Like, there needs to be more attention on HBCUs, and like Deion has done that. But it's like, is the attention on the HBCU? Is it on Jackson State, or is it on Coach Prime?
No, it's definitely on Coach Prime.
Okay,
It's definitely on Coach Prime.
Yeah.
There's not much. Even if he didn't want to be the center of attention, he's the center of attention.
Even if he didn't want to be, that's adorable. That is adorable.
He's the center of attention. Even if he wanted to be as low profile as possible, it would be because if Tim Duncan went and was the head coach of the Jackson State basketball program, it would still be about Tim Duncan being the head coach of Jackson State. That's just how it is.
I guess so. I guess, okay. I guess once you get to a certain level, like, because I don't feel like Chris Mullins shadows any program that he's been with, St. John's or otherwise. Like, I don't feel like it was ever that case.
No.
I don't feel like Patrick Ewing overshadows Georgetown. But maybe that's because John Thompson's bigger. I don't know. But your point is 100% accurate. Coach K and Duke. Like, it's always, Duke is as big of a university as it gets. in the world of college basketball, but it's always going to be Coach K first.
Yep.
Coach John Calipari, wherever he is, it's always going to be John Calipari. So
Yeah.
I get that, and it's probably and maybe we'll table this conversation for tomorrow. But Jim Boeheim in Syracuse, and there are guys that are synonymous with their university,
And you couple that with the fact that those guys that you mentioned, they are legendary all-time coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Deion Sanders is one of the legendary all-time athletes to ever walk the face of the earth.
Yeah.
So he's gonna carry a different level of cachet when he walks into a room and walks on a campus like Jackson State.
Yeah, that's a great point. Coach K is a coach. Nick Saban is a coach. Gino Auriemma is a coach. Pat Summitt's a coach. Deion is a guy that, shoot, these kids probably didn't even watch Deion Sanders growing up.
No.
You know, these are, college students, 18, 19, 20 years old. They were probably too young to watch him growing up. They know of Deion Sanders because he's very he's very visible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and look, like you mentioned, you combine the fact that it's Deion Sanders with Deion Sanders' natural personality and the way he goes about things. Oh, yeah, he gonna be the show. You know what I'm saying? That's just the combination of the two is gonna make him huge. But I mean, it's Deion Sanders. I mean, there were true arguments and discussions about him being the greatest athlete ever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about an all-timer here. So
yeah, no question about that. I don't think I'd make that argument.
You got Jim Thorpe.
I don't have the film on Jim Thorpe. Like I get that's the way to go. I don't have the film.
I can promise you Jim Thorpe is not the greatest athlete of all time.
I can't figure out though, if you ask me to name the greatest athlete of all time, like who is the greatest athlete of all time? I don't know who I would say. I don't know that I would say Deion or Bo. I don't know if I'd say like Usain Bolt or Michael Phelps. I don't know what the right, is it LeBron? I don't know what the right answer is.
Might be LeBron, might be Michael Jordan.
Do you think Michael Jordan's a greater athlete though than LeBron James? I think this is going to be an ass backwards remark I'm going to get killed for, and I'll take it. I'll take the bullets. I think you can make an argument that Michael Jordan be the greatest. I'm not making this argument. I'm saying that you can make the argument that Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time, but LeBron James is the greatest athlete of all time.
Yeah, you can make that argument. I understand that.
Okay.
I can understand that.
Right.
I when I think about the greatest athlete of all time, I try, and this is a very inexact science, but I try to picture them in every setting. And I don't know if LeBron James can play baseball.
I don't know if Michael Jordan can play football.
I'm pretty sure he can play football.
Although I saw him and Ahmad Rashad throw a ball.
Yeah. Airtime. I think Michael Jordan can play football. I really do. Now, he couldn't play it better than LeBron James, but I think he could play football. I don't know if LeBron could play baseball.
So is the answer Bo then? Or Deion? Is it the answer an athlete that better than Bo?
Just because Bo was a little shorter, though. That's the only reason why.
So what? He was deadly.
You got to do it for a little while. Baby.
Shorter in time.
Yeah, not height wise. Yeah.
So what?
No, his career.
Anything.
The length of his career was shorter by no fault of his own. But I see him. My mom got me that Cheryl from El Grove. She got me that Kobe book that's behind you. Mama Mentality joint.
Very nice.
I gotta check that out.
There you go. I think in just as we totally dove off the deep end with this conversation, I don't know. I think the answer, if the answer is not LeBron, and we're doing the cross, I think it has to be. I feel like Bo was a better athlete than Deion. Deion still looks like $1 million bucks, by the way.
Yeah.
Like Bo, not exactly.
I get that.
But I feel like, you look at what Bo did, and you're right. It was so short, and that's part of the thing. Like that's part of the unknown. Like Bo Jackson is Biggie. Everything he did in the time that he did it, it was just classic, and it was flawless, and it was perfect. But it just didn't last very long. And I don't know. When I watch highlights of Bo today and go, I don't think anybody could do that. Like, athletes are bigger, stronger, faster, all of that stuff. You see DK Metcalf, he's a freak show every time he steps on the field. You see, what's the dude, Giancarlo Stanton? He's built like a professional wrestler.
Yeah.
And so I still think he did things back in 89, 90, 91 that no athlete could do today.
I can understand that. Here's another thing I'll say for Coach Prime. He was arguably the best to ever do it at his position. I don't think anybody is saying that
That's
about
fine.
Bo Jackson.
Fair enough.
But Bo was a better baseball player than Deion, though, too.
Bo was a better? Yeah, I agree. Who's the greatest athlete in Kings history?
Greatest
that is
athlete
a tricky
in Kings.
question. Like,
first one that comes to my mind is Gerald Wallace.
Okay.
I feel like Gerald Wallace, but see,
He
you
was
got to be
athletic.
careful with that. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. Because just because he can run and jump,
athletic.
doesn't mean he's core enough to hit a baseball or could do some other stuff. I don't know.
Have the Kings ever had like a? Okay, you know who was a really good athlete? Was Ben McLemore.
Okay,
Ben McLemore was a great. He just wasn't like the most dangerous basketball player. You know what I mean? But he was a phenomenal athlete. So I don't know who like great athletes in Kings history. I don't know what the list would even be.
You know who I was going to go with when you said you mentioned Ben McLemore. I thought you were going to go with, and I think I would agree with this, Isaiah Thomas. I think Isaiah Thomas, looking at him, looking the way he moved, I feel like he could do anything.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have gone that route.
I feel like Isaiah Thomas could do anything. I feel like he could play football. This is where I'm coming from when I say greatest athlete.
Mm-hmm.
I think he can play any sport.
Mm-hmm.
I think Isaiah Thomas has the athleticism and the determination to figure anything out and excel at it. The combination of the two.
This is a good point here from Ramsey. Danny Ainge played 2 professional sports.
I
would
did.
Never look at Danny Ainge and go, man, he is the greatest athlete in Kings history. How about this one from Max? This one is interesting. What about Ron Artest?
Nah.
Ron Artest never struck me as like a top tier athlete. Like,
he wasn't.
Peja wasn't. Hito wasn't.
Yeah.
Vlade wasn't. Mike wasn't. Bobby wasn't. I'm running through those teams like Mitch wasn't. I honest to God don't know that the Kings have ever had like a was Purvis Ellison like
always nervous Purvis.
I don't know. Dante Green.
Dante Green. Yeah, Dante Green might be able to do something. Dante Green, we got to get him back on the show first.
You
of
know
all.
what the answer is? This is the stupidest conversation ever. The answer is Vince Carter. Yeah, Vince Carter, Kings legend. That may very well be the answer. Is the greatest athlete in Sacramento Kings history, Vince Carter.
How could we forget?
But did you say before I
thought you were going to go Doug.
Doug could probably be that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I can see Doug doing that. And then I don't know, Vince is good. I'm trying to think any other guys out there. I mean, I've talked to De'Aaron Fox's brother numerous times after games, and he said he was a damn good safety, like a really good safety.
Okay.
And, this is Pop Warner, maybe a little older than Pop Warner, but they said De'Aaron Fox was a pretty damn good safety. I could see De'Aaron Fox being really good at football.
I could see that. I could see that. I wouldn't envision him as a safety, but I could see it. Yeah. Did you ever see the clips of your boy in the Michigan State scrimmage game? Have you ever? I take it by your laugh that you have seen those. There is some tremendous video of Draymond Green and I guess the Green versus White game or whatever it is. Oh my goodness. It is spectacular to see.
Getting pancaked.
Draymond Green is not the greatest professional athlete in Golden State Warriors history. With basketball players, it's hard. I feel like with baseball, with football, there's like a different level of like finesse and power. And you see, like I went to Vince Carter because Vince Carter was in his prime, no pun intended, the perfect combination of both finesse and power, and I think that's how we measure greatness in athletes.
I think that I may be biased here, but I think basketball players are the best athletes.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All
I think they're the best athletes. They
literally
they
just
have,
said the opposite of what I said. So
look, they have the opposite of what you said. I think they have the best combination of finesse and power, and I don't want to say necessarily athleticism, but like balance and being able to handle their body. Like football players, when you get them playing basketball, they can be bulls in a china shop sometime because that's just what they're used to in football. They try to bring that to the court. It doesn't always work.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like basketball players, you put them in any setting and they can figure it out. They have the hand-eye coordination to play baseball. They have the athleticism to play defense on a baseball field. Same with football. The funny thing about it is I remember I saw one thing, something on ESPN years ago, and it was like spending a day with Brian Urlacher, and he went and played basketball like the YMCA and was like double pump reverse dunking. Was out there killing on the hoop court. I was like, damn.
Was this before he lost his damn mind or after?
It was before.
It was before he lost his mind.
It was before. Because that mind is lost. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, it's
don't
gone.
get it twisted. So it was before. Or maybe he always lost his mind.
It could be perhaps true, and it just came to fruition later after he grew hair. The Game 916 say Matt Barnes has to be up there. He's out of the football player.
Yes.
That's a good call.
Yes, Matt Barnes was a really good. Shout out Del Campo.
Yes,
shout out to our guy Matt Barnes. He was really good at football.
That's the Cougars, right? Del Campo Cougars.
I think so.
My godson goes to school. Man, my godson's a senior this year, man. Like I've been trying to follow. I did Sports Sunday last night with Sarah Hodges and Joe Davidson was on right after, trying to make sense of. You might have read Joe Davidson in your newspaper.
Absolutely, I read Joe Davidson. It was on the front fold. Okay, it was on the front fold, on the top fold. Is that what they call it?
I don't know where to fall with this "let them play" thing, because originally it was like, come on, man, this isn't appropriate. Like we're not in that state yet. But I'm also like, I know things are getting marginally better, very, very marginally. I just feel so bad for these young people, man, who. Yeah. This is for like my godson was playing for this was his year, like to try to earn, he's not earning a scholarship at Duke or North Carolina or anything like that, but he was going to be able to get, going to be able to get some of his college paid for. And now it's like, man, I don't think that's happening.
Wow.
And now it's like, it's just kind of varying from county to county, from district to district. And it's tough, man. And
even with them playing, like they said after I read the article yesterday by Joe Davidson, they're not having no playoffs. There's going to be no championship. It's just, and they don't even know how many games they'll be able to play. And so it might be like a 2-3 game season where these guys get to get on the field a little bit.
And I understand for some of these kids, and I don't want to diminish this point at all. For a lot of these young people, there's, the mental health factors, like this is an escape for them. This is a big part of their daily life, part of their regime and all that. And I know there's a much smaller percentage that are, thinking about colleges and scholarships. Like, it's not like scouts are coming to, like, it's not like they're flying in to watch. It's not like they're coming in to see this stuff. So it's such I've really kind of sat on the perimeter and watched that develop over the last few weeks, few months, and it's been frustrating, difficult.
Yeah, man, it's tough. It's tough. And then you talk about the indoor sports; they're still ways away. Like I don't think they're playing basketball this year. Yeah. Not playing basketball, not playing volleyball this year. So hopefully I'm wrong, but I don't see how they have enough time to make it happen.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know what other word to come up with other than it's tough. It's as difficult as being a Kings fan right now, who are sitting in the midst of a losing streak. And now we've got basketball games postponed because of pandemics. Now we got basketball games postponed because of Mother Nature, as San Antonio and Houston had to cancel, a handful of games along the ways. Some of those teams in Texas, San Antonio's game against Indiana is canceled tonight. It is going to be a fascinating look at scheduling gymnastics when this second half of the schedule comes out, because we only got a handful of games left that we know when and where the Sacramento Kings are playing. We know they're going on an all-star break. That's about all we know. We don't know what things look like after that. And I don't even know when we're going to find that out. I assume they've got to get through this first half in its entirety. And then again, in my brain, they have like a working rough draft on what the schedule is going to look like. And then they're continuing to follow. Not only do they have COVID cancellations now, but they've got cancellations in Texas. And, because of this awful winter storm that has hit virtually everyone except California, and another reason to never leave the state of California.
Yeah. Facts.
Now you're going to have teams making up 5, 6, 7 games. You're going to have teams making up 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the Kings have missed 2. I feel like the Warriors only missed 1, that one against Phoenix. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's the only game that they missed. So you talk about a jumbled Western Conference, man, that's going to play a factor when the second half of the schedule comes out.
Yeah, Dallas has missed a lot. We all know Memphis missed a lot, like you mentioned. I'm not sure what they do. I saw a report last week that I think Zach Lowe mentioned that they're close to being able to roll that out to teams about the second half of the schedule. That was last week. They were thinking maybe in the next week or so. So maybe we hear something this week about rolling out the second half of the schedule. But they've got a lot of hurdles to jump through, and they're not even out of the woods. Like, they can put this schedule out and more cancellations, postponements go down. So
that'll be another really interesting thing to watch. Hopefully by the time the second half of that schedule comes out, winter storms and such will be behind us, and we'll be back to only focusing on one national disaster, and that being, the global pandemic that is still, got its hand around the throat of the country. But are we looking at like a buffer between the end of the regular season and the start of the playoffs? Do you think that because to think that we're going to get through scot-free the second half of the season is a bit silly? Do we have like a cut? Like, are we trying to get every team to a certain number of games? Does every team have to play 72? Like, I think that'll be another fascinating thing to watch, is like the end of the regular season versus the start of the postseason. How much time is in between, and what's the cutoff number where it's like, we can't make these games up?
So, like I said,
I don't
many
expect you to
hurdles,
have
man.
the answers, by the way.
I'm trying to figure it out in my head as you mention it, but it's like, man, there's so many hurdles here that to get the playoffs in the way they want to get the regular season in the way they want to. I mean, it feels like they're just banking on everything needing to go perfect.
Yeah,
and that's
a
crazy proposition to possibly have if you want to make your entire season work the way that you've planned it out. Because I don't know if they have a buffer between in the regular season and the playoffs. I would think they would have to, but
you have to. But of course, you're dealing with issues in that sense also, like, because when a team's not playing, like, what are they doing? Like, what are you just going to tell them? Like, hey guys, I know you don't have any games to make up over this. I can't imagine you do anything more than 6 or 7 days. Yeah. We know you don't have any games to make up here. So we just kind of need you to stay home. Go to Amazon Prime to get your groceries or whatever you use to deliver. Use DoorDash to just stay home, go to practice, wear your mask, come back. Like, that's a difficult task. I mean, they've done as good of a job, I guess, as they could navigating this year, but that's a difficult task to ask when guys are probably already going to be antsy. And in some cases, team seasons are going to be over. So maybe that's something to take into account as well. Like, if you're far enough, like if Minnesota's missing 4 games, Minnesota, you miss 4 games. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
ESPN, TNT, everybody that they're trying to, or the local, I guess it's the local broadcasting thing. Just chalk it up. Don't make these guys, don't make Minnesota come out for 4 games that they missed.
Run back Kevin Garnett games and just make everybody happy, and we'll do it that way.
I'm sure you would get higher ratings anyway.
I'm confident you would as well. We'll step out. We'll come back. We had thrown a couple of things your way. Remember the Draymond Green ejection? Remember the JJ Redick ejection? Well, I watched that with some sort of feeling as a Kings fan. Let's dive into that. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings as well as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320. man. I'll be right back.
For sure. All right, guys. It's me and me alone. And you know what that means? Boxing talk. Send me all your boxing questions. You got about 1:30 seconds. All your boxing questions. In the meantime, I'll read some of these through. Randy Moss, great athlete. Didn't play for the Kings. Oh, you mean all time? Randy, maybe so. Maybe so. Cheryl, the Admiral, David Robinson. She's a big Spurs fan. So shout out to the Admiral. Dante Stallworth, Ontario Smith. They made it to the state championship game against the Mingus Hills and Tyson Chandler. I remember that. Yeah, I heard Willie Cauley-Stein was a pretty good football player. Wide receiver. It's a tall wide receiver. Absolutely. I saw Oscar Valdez with a knockout of the year candidate over Miguel Burchelt. That was nasty. Nasty. Let's see. I think we mentioned this, but yeah, Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes is a Sacramento legend, that's for sure. What top 5 NBA player in history do you think could have been a great NFL? Could have been great in the NFL? LeBron James, for sure. I think LeBron James would have been a great NFL receiver or tight end, wherever you want to put him at. But I'm a little biased because I feel like all these NBA players, these top NBA players, they could have translated to football for sure. Best boxer in the UFC? I couldn't tell you. Oh, that was you mean the UFC dude. What was his name? James? I did see that knockout. That was crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, put that boy to sleep. He should his corner shouldn't have let him out of there for the 10th round, man. He said he didn't want no more. Gabe Flores, where was he on the card? I missed that. He was on that Top Rank card on Saturday. Yeah, AB won that fight. See, you can't listen to CompuBox because they said he didn't land any punches in the first round. I saw 3 with my own eyes that he literally landed. CompuBox be funny sometimes, man. It'd be funny. But AB, I mean, he wasn't super sharp. But Santiago, I think one thing about AB is he's got a better defense than people give him credit for. So he's blocking some shots, and he started to fade as the night went along, and AB started to rack up some more stuff. Devin Haney one day will be top 3 pound for pound in the world. So yeah, he's better than Teofimo. Tio don't want the smoke. He don't want the smoke. It's coming, baby. It's coming. That might have to be on the Be Heard Network. Might have to make that happen. The teacher's back.
Oh,
we can't talk about.
You. Man, it's commercial break. Y'all talk about whichever you want to. We need longer commercial breaks, though, man, because I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it. Man.
AB said he had $13. He said he only had $13. I would bet that AB is more realistic that AB had $13 than he said he had 13 million. I don't think that. Trash. That's what I got, Skip. Trash. Canelo, of course.
Yes, indeed. Remember, coming up on Friday, we're going to have some of you read those liners that you just heard right there. Those liners were rejoiners. We want you to be an even bigger part of the show than you already are. All you got to do is follow us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or subscribe to the YouTube channel, as we're going to be picking people to do this on a first come, first serve basis. Again, this is going to be Friday at 3 o'clock as part of our 5-hour show. So we'll hope that you'll be with us, and we hope that you continue to be a massive part of the show. I got a chance to check out the YouTube channel. You guys are hitting the thumbs up, man. That is a really, really big deal. I know it seems trivial, and it's like asking for likes on Facebook and Instagram and all of that stuff. it actually it helps. It's like an algorithm, just like Twitter, just like Facebook, just like all of those other social media platforms. When you hit the thumbs up, it gets shown to other sports fans. People are into sports talk. People are into sports talk radio. People are into the Sacramento Kings or the NBA or whatever way we may be discussing. As I stepped away for a minute during the commercial break and came back to an in-depth discussion on boxing.
Yeah.
There is nothing. Is there anything that you love more than boxing?
I love basketball more than boxing.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boxing is a little frustrating too, by the way it just goes about their business.
I believe it.
They got issues.
You know what else is frustrating by the way they go about their business is officiating this year. It's quite the thing. As many of us saw yesterday when the Pelicans played the Celtics, JJ Redick was thrown out of a game, I guess for throwing the ball at an official. He did the little gimmick where he walked over. He was obviously talking to a official. He did the thing where you spin the ball and it gets that little English touch and it spins and goes to the person. Maybe he did that too aggressively. I'm not really sure what happened, but JJ Redick was issued a couple of technicals and thrown out of the game. This came the day after Draymond Green was thrown out of the game for apparently he used profanity at another opposing player, and he was a little too aggressive with the officials. So that wound up costing, or at least played a part in costing the Golden State Warriors the game, but Draymond Green thrown out of that one. I'd like to remind you that a player grabbed a Sacramento King off of the rim and threw him off without an ejection, without so much as a slap on the wrist, without so much of a, hey, you can't do that, without so much of a, hey, that was foul, without so much of one of his teammates standing up and getting in Valanciunas' face.
Oh, don't get me started.
I saw more people mad that JJ Redick was thrown out than they were that Valanciunas wasn't. And I just thought, man, did we have the hardest officials in the league that night? Because it appears that officiating might be a little soft. Might be a little soft, to use my partner's word in the National Basketball Association. But not the Kings. Oh, play on. This is 90s basketball, pal. Like, throw guys off the rim. Throw them through the barbershop window over there while you're at it. Like, what? Look, the inconsistency in officials this year is wild.
It's crazy. Now, I want to be clear before I start here. Now, JJ got 2 technicals on that one play, correct?
That's it. Yes.
So that was wrong. He shouldn't have been thrown out. Shouldn't have got 2 technicals. Now, I do want to say this.
He shouldn't have gotten any technicals, by the way. 1, 2, like he shouldn't have gotten any. That was not a technical offense. That is a word.
I'm just checking.
It is now. It is now.
When you say he shouldn't have got any technicals.
For what'd he do? What'd he do?
We all know what JJ was trying to do.
Well, what'd he do, though? Not what'd he do?
He did. He spun that ball.
Back to the official. Back to the official.
But once again, JJ and everybody else, we just be real with yourself. Let's be real. Let's be honest with yourself. He was not just, I'm just giving it back to the official. He had an issue. He threw it with a little force. He spun on it. Should he have been thrown out? Absolutely not. I don't even think he should. I wouldn't have called it technical if I was the ref. But let's not act like he just handed the ball to the ref.
Just getting it back to him. No, it's a dead ball. Give it back to the official.
He was trying to be a smart ass. We all know that. He got caught.
So being a smart ass is a technical offense in the NBA, but throwing Metu off of the rim is not.
Well, you're talking to the wrong person. Obviously, I think Valanciunas should have been ejected for what he was doing. But I just want to be clear when we talk about what JJ did. And let's be fair. He was not being nice. He was not. He was trying to be slick. He was trying to be a little wise ass, and he got caught. Now he shouldn't have been thrown out. Let's not get it twisted. I can even understand an argument where he says he shouldn't even got a technical foul. I understand that as well. But he wasn't just innocent little JJ there. He knew what he was doing. Now the other guy on Saturday, No, he was just being a dumbass.
No, he was being stupid. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm not debating the merits of Draymond Green being thrown out. What the point in me pointing Draymond Green being thrown out for words.
Mm-hmm.
If let's say, perhaps you're right. Maybe JJ didn't have the purest intentions when he spun that ball back to the official.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine. You had two players. One was teed up and thrown out because of what he said.
Mm-hmm.
One was teed up and thrown out because of his intent. But again, you can grab a player off the rim, throw him to the ground with zero consequences if you're wearing a Sacramento Kings uniform. Like, we knew there was a double standard, and I think James Ham used, you used the ultimate example of LeBron James, or you use the, example of an all-star. Like, we knew that, things are looked at differently if you're talking about a two-way player versus one of those guys.
Right.
But man, JJ Redick's getting more attention from the officials. Draymond Green's getting more attention from the officials. Like, you just had a player thrown off the rim. No T, huh?
And you're not even exaggerating. Like, that's literally what happened. That's the crazy part about it. There's no exaggeration in what you're saying. He was thrown off the rim.
That was the first thing I thought about when JJ. Well, okay, that's not true. The first thing I thought about when JJ Redick was thrown out was like, dude, that was ridiculous. That was terrible. But then I got all in my feelings. Like, wait a minute, that's like, officials are really all worked up over JJ, but they weren't worked up over what they saw in Memphis.
Nah, that was
weak,
trash
man.
yesterday.
That's
That was
weak.
trash. That was trash.
That's
Absolutely.
all week. Officiating, y'all got to do better. Y'all got to do better, man. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He is Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. We're live on radio.com. We're live on ESPN 1320 AM. We're live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Go to twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button, hit the follow button as well. Take part in our little chat community that is happening right here in front of us. We're with you for another hour. These are our permanent time slots. There's no moving back and forth anymore. We are with you 12 to 4, Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
More time to talk about your Sacramento Kings as the Kings lose their 6th straight, and they follow that up by losing their 7th straight.
Ugh.
And I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you as they're playing the Brooklyn Nets tomorrow, and I don't know how much better this is going to get. KC, we need to spend some time talking about some of the positives, and we're going to do that here in this hour. We're going to talk about some of the positives. We're going to talk about Daquan Jeffries. We're going to talk about the way Marvin Bagley has played over the course.
Figure out what the Quan is.
Yeah, you remember. You'll get it. We got to talk about, Tyrese Halliburton. But let's start with this. Over the last, I don't want to include well, I'll include the whole 7-game losing streak. So I'll include Philadelphia, even though I think they played really well against Philadelphia. They're scoring 113.9 points per game. They're giving up 124. Does that sound familiar?
Oh, yeah. We've been there.
That's it wasn't that long ago. I'm old enough to remember when they were doing this on a regular occasion earlier this season. They're shooting 47% from the field. Their opponents during the 7-game losing streak are shooting 52.7%. They're being out-rebounded on an average by 5 rebounds a night. And here is the truly, truly awful one. During the 7-game losing streak, the Sacramento Kings are shooting 33% from the field. Their opponents, 45.4% from the field.
Ooh. Boy, oh boy.
Now, to be fair to the entire story, this all started, again, if I remove the Philadelphia game, because I think we're all in agreement that they played really well versus Philadelphia, but if you remove, since that game, you've had De'Aaron out, you've had Bagley out a couple of times, you've had Rashawn out a couple of times, you've had Harrison Barnes out a couple of times. I don't even think we mentioned this. Glenn Robinson was out yesterday.
He was out in Chicago too, right?
Yeah, not necessarily like a juggernaut announcement, but it is a body that you need out there when you have a number of injuries. And yeah, Glenn Robinson was out the entire weekend, and yet somehow Nemanja Bjelica didn't play yesterday.
But Jabari Parker did.
Jabari Parker did.
I mean,
what is happening?
Knows?
What is happening?
I don't know. Look, the Sacramento Kings, I think with a full healthy squad, is a solid team. They're good. They're not very deep, but they're good. But you remove anybody from that starting lineup, and they falter mightily.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a Jenga stack. You just remove somebody out of that starting lineup, and it could crumble to the ground like it has in these last 7 games. And that's just what this roster is. This roster isn't very deep. There's not a lot of meat on that bone when you talk about guys they can go to for extended minutes. And that's what's going on here. Harrison Barnes out, Rashawn Holmes out, Marvin Bagley out earlier, De'Aaron Fox out earlier in this losing streak. It's just they can't overcome it. They're not good enough to overcome this stuff.
They barely you mentioned with a full complement of players, they were good. They were good enough. They were good enough to be in the the fight. They were good enough to be, like, I thought at that time they were probably plus or minus 2 or 3 of the 500 mark. That's where I thought they were. They had sat at 500 for, in that moment where this losing streak started. It's like, that's all right. That's good. That's fine. That's kind of where they are. And then you mentioned you pull the Jenga piece out of the bottom and the whole stack falls over. Yeah. That's essentially what's happened. I mean, is there a player, maybe a little too much hyperbole to say the entire league, but is there a player that you can think of who is more hit or miss than Hassan Whiteside? Because Hassan, I know you once tweeted, Hassan Whiteside is low-key comedy. His possessions are low-key comedy. Like, because sometimes, the ball could go flying through his hands. It could hit him in the face. It could go under his legs. Like, when the pass is going into Hassan Whiteside, you really never know what's going to happen.
Right.
But there are other occasions, like he didn't play bad against Chicago a few nights ago. He was okay. He's had moments this year where he's had solid games. I mean, he's had a couple of solid games recently in losses. He had a couple of decent performances in wins. But I feel like every time Hassan Whiteside steps on the floor, you just kind of hold your breath, cross your fingers, and hope for the best.
You definitely hold your breath when Hassan Whiteside is out there. And like you said, hope for the best. Hope he catches the ball. Hope he doesn't miss a 2-footer that he tries to bank in. I mean, I'm
glass. Glass. Like, no, Hassan, dunk it. Like, what are you doing?
Please do that. Hassan, to answer your question, I can't think of anybody more hit or miss than Hassan Whiteside. I really can't. He is feast or famine. He is a box of chocolates. That's exactly what he is.
Okay, Forrest.
So that is one issue where if you don't have Bagley or Holmes there, and you have to go with Whiteside for extended minutes, and you're not getting good Whiteside, oof.
That would be the chocolate with the caramel in the middle, or maybe the peanuts, or every once in a while, like the Bucks game, you bite into it and there's like a
jelly,
like a cherry or something. Like, what is this crap?
Complete trash.
The one that you take a bite of and you throw away.
Like, what idiot? Like, what you bought or what you bit into and then throw it away.
Who created the assorted chocolate box where you only like 4 of the different chocolates? There's like 30 chocolates in there and you only want 4 of them.
The same person that invented Neapolitan. What'd you say?
Neapolitan ice cream.
Neapolitan.
Where's my meal? I need the theme music. Damn it! I'm gonna have it ready tomorrow.
I can't pronounce anything.
It's gonna be ready tomorrow. I'm telling you, we're going with the
Cupo. That's the only thing I can pronounce.
How long did you have to practice?
Oh, it's like 3 years.
Yeah, right.
It took forever for me to get Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo. And now there's like 3 of them. Like, oh crap! Like, all right, good thing we practiced all those years. I remember Yorgos Papagiannis. The stress after that draft was something else. Yorgos Papagiannis. All right, let's go with that. That draft worked out well. How's Yorgos doing? Has anybody checked on Yorgis's? I feel like if anybody knew how Yorgis was doing, it would be you.
No.
I feel like you're watching some basketball league in which Yorgis is playing.
I don't venture into the Euro leagues, man.
Okay.
Oh, well, I take that back. I do. When they have their little championships, like their little NBA finals, I'll watch those.
Okay.
Because they come on NBA TV. But other than that, nah.
There's no media availability for the Sacramento Kings today, so we won't really have an update on. Again, I know Rashawn Holmes played yesterday. I think we're going to continuously be getting updates on Rashawn Holmes and what he's doing. I think we'll be waiting for an update on Harrison Barnes. Like I remember not too long ago, Luke Walton talked matter-of-factly like he thought, hopefully we have Harrison. And he thought Harrison and Rashawn were going to be back Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Or as Steve Austin said, that ain't happened. So it's like, okay, now it's we talked about this with De'Aaron Fox. Like, maybe it's in the Kings' best interest to sit De'Aaron, because you got to wonder, is he banged up? Is he a little bit more hurt than we know? Like, what are the chances? You start playing like analytics. Like, what are the chances of the Kings beating the Brooklyn Nets with De'Aaron Fox? It's like 2%. Well, what are the Kings' chances without De'Aaron Fox? Well, it's probably 0%. All right, I'll play those analytics and maybe we'll just set him. But maybe we're focusing on De'Aaron. Maybe they're going to wind up doing the same thing with Harrison Barnes. Like, all right, HB, we're going to have to try to salvage this thing somehow. Let's try to do that against Detroit and New York rather than trying to do that against the Brooklyn Nets when you may not be, ready to get back here. We could buy you a couple of extra days. You'll have Tuesday off. You'll have Wednesday off, and then, I don't know how they're going to approach back-to-backs with these guys who have been on and off the injury list over the course of by that point, it'll be almost 2 weeks.
And I'm old school, as you guys know, with my newspaper reading and getting back at Valanciunas. I'm old school with it, where I understand what you guys are talking about, and when some people are talking about when they say rest them, let them get an extra day of rest and healing. When you talk about Harrison Barnes or De'Aaron Fox, but I also believe there's something to be said for learning how to play with a little banged up. And not only learning how to play, it's one thing to just be out there. You got to learn how to be effective, because there's going to be a time when you're not 100%, when you're banged up, and you have to be effective still. It's not going to be enough, as we see right now with De'Aaron Fox, because I don't think he's 100%. I think he's banged up. Still think he's trying to recover from the contusion that he had with his knee or whatever. But it's not enough for him to just be out there. He's got to find a way to be effective. And I'm not saying average 30 points a game or anything like that, but he's got to find some way to be out there and still be productive to a level where the Kings can be competitive and possibly win some of these games. And this is as good a time as any to learn that and get those reps under your belt.
But I don't think, I hear you, and I do agree with you. This is your old school. This is where you get. This is right up there next to I read the newspaper. That's right where this is, because I believe there is a.
It's going to be the storyline of 2021 in the city of Sacramento, that I read the newspaper.
It's certainly going to be fun for us. Like we love that. Like it's great. But I think De'Aaron, like I don't question De'Aaron's effort. I don't question like what he's trying to do out there on the floor. I just question whether it's best. Because, he was missing against Orlando, and Bagley was too. Hey, that's a big deal. We can't minimize that whatsoever. Like, that's a big deal to lose De'Aaron Fox and Marvin Bagley. Dude, but let's not pretend, one, that Orlando is a juggernaut, and two, that they weren't missing like 4 or 5 guys themselves.
That's true.
So it was kind of one of those situations, and I think I even said to you on courtside that night, maybe this is a situation Luka's looking at where he goes, okay, let's err on the side of caution. And the way we've been playing, we should still be able to beat the Orlando Magic. And then everybody saw the performance that went out there that day and was like, okay, maybe not. Can't do that. Okay. Who's ready to play? And, we go from there.
And anybody that says, give them that night off or whatever, because probably aren't beating Brooklyn. I understand it. I get it. I don't have anything bad to say about that. I just look at it as, hey, maybe this is a opportunity to get reps in, playing a little banged up and learning how to do it, because you're going to get into hopefully one of these years you're going to get into a playoff situation where you may not be 100%.
Yeah.
But you got to perform, and you got to find a way to get the best out of yourself for your team, so you guys can win that big game. And you just use this as reps, and you reference back to this and say, well, I did it way back in 2021 where I wasn't feeling 100%, and I learned how to play with that injury. I know I can do it now. It could be corny. It could be something that's just all, mind games with different athletes. But I think there's something to be said for it.
Sean Cunningham tweeted a little bit ago, Kings in Brooklyn tomorrow. Harrison Barnes is questionable. Glenn Robinson is out. So hopefully all is well with Glenn Robinson. I believe it was stated to be some sort of personal issue. So hopefully all is well there. Nets will be without Kevin Durant and Spencer Dinwiddie. Jeff Green is questionable. Tyler Johnson and Amon Shumpert. The Amon Shumpert. The scores is probable. So there's the latest that we have from the Sacramento Kings. I guess the positive is, and I honest to God thought he would be, Rashawn Holmes isn't on this list.
Yeah, that's definitely a positive.
I figured even if it was questionable, probable, monitoring something, I thought Rashawn Holmes would be on this list, but I guess not. And good. I'm all for that.
Definitely a positive. And Damian, as bad as everything is right now, as bad as it is, and I know, do some mode. I like to say I'm eternally optimistic and all this other stuff. Look at the standings.
I know.
And it may seem like the sky is falling and everything is done. I feel the same way. I get it. I understand all those that feel the same way. If you look at the standings and you look at this team trying to be in the play-in game and all this other stuff, they're 2 games out of that 10 spot. And it's okay. Say you lose to Brooklyn tomorrow night. Find a way to beat the Knicks and beat the Pistons and come back home for Charlotte on Sunday, winning 2 games in a row. Feeling a little bit better about yourself.
Okay.
It's not all done.
I hear you. We got to slow down. We're starting to talk about winning multiple games in a row. Let's just get one. Like,
I agree. I understand that. Let's just get one.
If somehow we're not matching last year's season-long 8-game losing streak, if somehow they beat Brooklyn, okay, that's fine. Like 8-game losing streak coming out of the Brooklyn game. Just get one. Just put an end to this. Like, don't make it 9, and for the love of God, don't make it 10, because now you start getting into those types of numbers. Man, I don't know how much goodwill conversation there is, because that 10-game losing streak, now you're stretching into not only are you hitting that dangerous double-digit number of losses, but you're also, running, a full head of steam into the All-Star break.
Yeah.
So what is, what type of taste in your mouth are you going to have headed into the All-Star break if the team has lost 10, 11, 12 in a row or something along those lines? Dude, just get one.
Just get one. Man.
Just put an end to this losing streak somehow. And I don't know how they're going to be able to do it tomorrow. Again, I'm not going to write them off. I ain't going to pick them to win. But I'm not going to spend all day talking tomorrow about how they're going to lose to the Brooklyn Nets. I don't have the soundest strategy for how they're going to beat the Brooklyn Nets, because Brooklyn is just on fire right now. The one thing that you could just hope for, someone on the Kings roster has to get hot. And quite honestly, his name is Buddy Hield. Buddy has to find a way to hit baskets against one of the worst defenses in the league, and he has to hit baskets to the tune of like 40 points. That's how the Sacramento Kings can win. And even that's a stretch.
Yeah, that's definitely a stretch. And if I want Buddy Hield to get hot, I think he needs to come off the bench. Maybe that might be the answer.
Well, maybe that's more what we need to talk about. We need to talk about Buddy Hield coming off the bench, and maybe we need to talk about blowing this whole thing up. Are we there yet? Get rid of almost everybody. Get rid of Luke. Get rid of all of them. Start almost over. Almost over. Not all the way over. Almost over.
Not really blowing it up.
Well, wait a minute. I'll explain when we get back here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Stop yelling at me. 55-30. All right.
My boy Jalen Green out here cooking in the gubble.
I saw that clip. I was like, oh no.
That boy's so nasty.
10-game losing streak. Someone's getting fired. Maybe. Cleveland is at 10. Who is Cleveland's coach? It's not JB, is it?
I have no idea. It's a good question.
Why don't I know that? Why the hell don't I know who Cleveland's coach is? Chat, where you at? It is JB Bickerstaff. Okay.
Damn. Yikes.
Poor JB.
I'm not sure that yeah, I don't know if Luke should get fired if they lose 10 games in a row. But I mean, if you lose to Detroit, I mean, I look, if Luke got fired tomorrow, I mean, everything's an option right now.
Yeah.
Everything's on the table. Everything.
I just don't know what good. I don't know. I don't know what good firing Luke in the middle of the season does.
Nothing.
Unless they go full Minnesota and already know who they've got a guy they want to hire, and Monty's wanted to hire him since he got here. So
Yeah, that yeah, they ain't gonna do no good. Max, you asked me this earlier. I didn't get a chance to respond. I mean, the best fight I've ever watched is Hagler Hearns. That was insane. The best fight I watched like in my lifetime. It's a good question. Been a lot of them. First one that comes to my mind was Joshua Klitschko. That was a damn good fight. That was impressive.
You don't like you don't like them old like Thriller and Manila or nothing like that?
Yeah, well, that's why I say Hagler Hearns is the best in that era. I was in my lifetime, the ones that I've watched.
Gotcha.
Joshua Klitschko was damn good. I'm sure there's another one that I'm missing.
Man, I got Build Black after this.
So full day, man, full day. Who's the guest today for Bill Black?
Oh, dude, I haven't even had time to look. My girl Kendra has really been helping kind of pull the weight on that podcast. Yeah, we got some big community guests lined up, man. So some of these will be good. Miss Cassandra Jennings coming up. We've got some good
Where I know
ones.
Cassandra Jennings from?
We've got some good ones coming up.
NBA TV is showing college basketball. I hope they're not doing this just for Black History. I mean, that would be cool too, but they should do this on the regular. They're showing Grambling State versus Jackson State on NBA
Yeah, that's
TV.
because of Black History Month. Come on, man. What are you talking about? One of my friends texted me today. Yeah, this is on the Undefeated. I didn't get a chance to look this up because we got on the show call and I got derailed. I need to look this up further before I say this out loud.
Oh, Corella.
No, this is
Diego.
So,
Chico.
did you know the Rochester Royals? Is this right?
What we got?
The Rochester Royals were the first NBA team to integrate. The Sacramento Kings franchise, known at the time as the Rochester Royals, is the first eventual NBA team to integrate when the aptly named William Dolly King joins the lineup. This is an interesting article on the Undefeated. We were talking about a little bit here during the commercial break, and this is I'm terribly embarrassed that I didn't know this, but it says here it basically what it does is it talks about different teams and their Jackie Robinson, if you will, every pro team's Jackie Robinson, and it says here that the Sacramento Kings franchise, known at the time as the Rochester Royals, is the first eventual NBA team to integrate when the aptly named William Dolly King joins the lineup. I am terribly embarrassed that I didn't know that.
That's a trip. I didn't know
did
that.
you know
either,
that?
for sure.
I had
No,
no
I had
idea.
No idea.
I
That's
had
crazy.
absolutely no idea. None.
Wow. That's
know
great. I wouldn't have thought. I wouldn't have thought it would be the Rochester Royals.
That's worth. I want to dig into that a little bit further. Like, do you know who the second black baseball player in Major League Baseball was?
Was it Larry Doby?
I don't know. I literally don't know.
I think it was Larry Doby.
It was. No, you're right. Because he was in the American League. He was.
Cleveland,
Yeah, he went to Cleveland. Yeah. I always think of like Neil Armstrong was the first guy on the moon. Well, who's the second? Well, nobody knows. Nobody cares. Like, they just care about who the first was. Like, Larry Doby could have been signed the day after Jackie Robinson did. It's like, Jackie was first. You were second. It wasn't the day after. It was a couple of months after. Jackie Robinson, of course, famously April 15th. Larry Doby, July 5th. This is an interesting article on the Undefeated. We encourage you to check that out. But I've got to look. Maybe the chat has got some notes on that. But I had no idea about that. The Rochester Royals. That's definitely something we want to look further into. Any idea if King can still play? Because we could use some.
Yeah, can he shoot?
I recognize this was 1946-ish or so, but hey, if he can go, we could use a shooter.
You never lose your shooting touch. Never.
Okay. I challenge that, as there was a player who once finished seventh in the league in three-point shooting, who is now in the vicinity of 105th. So I will argue you point that you don't lose your shooting touch.
Touche, because that guy needs to be out of the starting lineup.
And that's where we're going to go right here. I just want to remind you, not only are we with you every day till 4 o'clock, we are with you now commercial-free till 4 o'clock, when we'll head out to Damon Rattle and Kolsky shortly after that. So we appreciate you so much for being with us. And let's dive into this, as we've been trying to dissect all of the problems in the world of sports. We've been trying to dissect all of the problems with the Kings in this losing streak that they're on right now. Is step one, because it's not the answer. The answer isn't move Buddy to the bench, everything is better, but is moving. You think so?
It might be. It worked last year.
But that doesn't. Now, that's a good point. And if I'm not mistaken, it happened after the 8-game losing streak.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But it's that. But moving Buddy. By the way, I don't disagree. I am all for moving Buddy to the bench. I'm all moving.
Going to the bench can bolster that bench, if that makes any sense, right? And he's been. I mean, I don't want to be a jerk, but he's been a 0 on the starting lineup. So you bring almost anybody into that starting lineup. Seems like you're going to get better production, and then you could possibly unleash Buddy on the bench, and that could add to the depth of this entire roster. I know the logical choice for a lot of people would be bring Tyrese Halliburton into the starting lineup, have him play the 2. From what I saw over the weekend, and even when did they play Miami? They play Miami on Thursday.
Okay.
I wouldn't be against DaQuan Jeffries starting at the 2 guard. I think DaQuan Jeffries might be able to get into that 2 guard position, have some resistance on the defensive end, and depending on what the shot is looking like, he's not going to shoot lights out from 3, but he also gives you another dynamic where he's a slasher. He can get to the basket, knock down his free throws, things of that nature. I wouldn't be mad at DaQuan Jeffries being that starting 2 guard.
Is there a such thing as playing your way into the starting lineup?
Absolutely.
Has Tyrese Halliburton not done that?
He has. There's an element of the bench, Tyrese coming off the bench, making sure that second unit is stabilized to a certain degree. And maybe he helps Buddy get into the groove. Just because that's the type of point guard he is, he's going to look for him. He's going to get him looks. I can make the argument, I should say, that he could help Buddy kind of refine his shooting stroke.
Okay. So you have some sort of combination of Buddy, Tyrese. I mean, what are you doing with Corey Joseph at that point?
He's still out there. Maybe you have Yeah, I mean, maybe he's not playing as much.
Okay,
No,
that's
no,
what I was trying to get you to say.
Maybe he's not playing as much. So, but that's okay. Maybe you're moving Corey Joseph.
So, what is it about Daquan Jeffries though that has you? So, it's not any fault of Tyrese Halliburton. You believe that he can. He's a bigger influence to the bench than he would be in the starting lineup.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that necessarily is think would happen, because if you put Tyrese in the starting lineup, perfectly fine. He's fine. He's fine. I just look at it where you may still have the same issues on the bench as far as a playmaker and setting everybody else up if you move Tyrese to the starting lineup and only had Kojo, Daquan, and Buddy coming off the bench. So I just feel like maybe Tyrese still being in that 6-man role just for most of this season. It's not where he's going to be probably next year and things of that nature. But the off season and maybe even the trade deadline will give you an opportunity to maybe find a playmaking point guard to bolster that bench, a 6-man guy. In the meantime, you got Tyrese coming off that bench, helping Buddy Hield, helping Hassan Whiteside like he has still in this season coming off the bench, just setting the table for these guys a little bit more.
Was Kojo the primary point guard last year when Buddy moved to the bench for the second unit? I mean,
yeah, he was. I'm trying to remember who else was on there. I mean, it was him. Bays was out there doing something.
Ken Bazemore. Okay,
the group that was the second unit.
I really miss Kent Bazemore, by the way.
We both. That group they really allowed Buddy Hield to focus on nothing but getting buckets.
So that's what I was just about to ask you. Would you be doing a disservice to Tyrese Halliburton working with that second unit if you put Buddy Hield on it and kept Tyrese in it? And went with Daquan Jeffries?
Tyrese is almost like a Bazemore type. Like, he'll do all the other things. He'll defend. He'll get in the passing lanes. He'll set up Buddy Hield. He doesn't necessarily need to score the ball to be effective. So he'll be looking for Buddy a lot more. And I don't want to say more than Fox, but Fox also has the responsibility if we need him to score 25 points a night. Tyrese Halliburton doesn't have that. So if he's out there on the floor with
he's
Buddy
about
Hield,
to, though. He was the team's leading scorer yesterday.
Yeah, he's starting to have to pick that up a little bit as well. But I don't know. I don't want to throw Tyrese into that starting lineup just yet. I want to see maybe what Daquan could do at the starting 2-guard position. And I don't think Daquan is the starting 2-guard of the future for the Kings. I'm not making that argument. But right now, where Tyrese Halliburton is and maybe how much you want to put on his plate, I think maybe you try Daquan first and see if he can give you something at the starting 2-guard spot.
I don't like it. I do. I like Daquan Jeffries. I like Daquan Jeffries having an increased role. I mean, he played 39 minutes last night, for goodness sakes. But I want to see. I don't know. I can't imagine making a switch with Buddy from starter to bench again, and it not being Tyrese Halliburton. Your point, I completely understand your point and the logic behind keeping Tyrese Halliburton with that second unit. I'm trying to figure out, and either way that this goes, we're basically trying to catch lightning in a bottle again, because that's what happened last year with Buddy Hield. Is you make the switch with Buddy and Bogey, and it's like Buddy, he starts playing well, and I know there's a variety of different factors that include De'Aaron Fox being in and out of the lineup and different guys being in and out of the lineup, but that's just kind of the nature of the game, and that was just working against the time that Buddy Hield was went from the starting role to the bench role. I just can't envision it. And the truth is, no matter whether it's Tyrese or it's Daquan Jeffries, I don't feel like this is going to work again. I think we're kind of at the moment with this relationship where, and I know it's Sacramento Kings in uniform because it's not Vlade and it's not, his front office staff. It's an entirely different group. I feel like we're at the point where this just isn't working with you, and we have to come up with a solution. Maybe our temporary solution is to move Buddy to the bench, but ultimately that's all it is. It's a temporary solution. And I feel like if you're going to solve what is a permanent problem, until you move him with a temporary solution, you have to do it with Tyrese Halliburton because of what you just said. You ultimately believe next year the role of Tyrese Halliburton is almost certainly going to be in the starting lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, and I understand that. I get that. But a change.
So
has
make the
to be
move
made.
now. Yeah, and I
That's-
completely
that's cool,
agree.
too. But the change has to be made because I was going through some stuff and I was going through the rosters in the league, and I mean no disrespect when I say this. I'm just looking at these
Oh,
things.
you know what's
saying,
coming now. You know what's coming now.
But Buddy Hield is quite possibly the worst starting shooting guard in the game. And the only 4 teams that I looked at who maybe had worse situations or worse players at the 2-guard spot was Indiana, Cleveland.
Because they traded theirs, but sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. No, you're right.
Mhm.
You're right.
Yeah.
Indiana, Cleveland, the Lakers, and Oklahoma City. And all these guys have worse players starting at the 2-guard spot. But when you factor in what those guys that are starting on those teams are making and what they go towards that salary cap, I mean, I don't even know if any of them would trade their 2-guard for Buddy Hield to start as the 2-guard because he's the highest right now. He's the highest paid king on the roster. And I know I've talked a lot about trading him. I don't know who takes on Buddy Hield this year with that much left on the contract. So the next option would be to send him to the bench and see if maybe you can get something out of him.
It's frustrating listening to, last night it was Doug and Kyle. It'll be Doug and Mark, next game. It doesn't matter who it is. But you can constantly, I feel like they're trying to talk Buddy out of his problems. Like they're trying to talk Buddy out of his shooting slump. Like the things that they're saying is, oh, he's just got to see the ball through the basket, go through the basket. Or, Doug at one point last night was pleading, penetrate, just get to the foul line. And it's like every game, it's like we could just rerun the same sound bites. Doug and Mark could do it for every game. Doug and Kyle could do it for every game. You and I could do it for every show. We could run back the same sound bites with Buddy Hield because we're 30 games into the season. And with the exception of a stretch where he was still shooting poorly, but he was defending, he was rebounding, he was finding open guys, he was very active on the floor, wins, losses, like you knew his presence was felt. With the exception of that, and then he had a 29-pointer against, I feel like it was Orlando, but I'm not 100% positive.
It was Orlando.
First game against Orlando, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's been the same story over and over again. So at what point is this? Like this isn't a bad stretch. Like this is a bad season.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like he's slumping or he's going through. Like he has not played well this entire season.
No, and Buddy Hield, I acknowledge how hard he works on his game, and I appreciate how hard he works on his game, and he wants to be a better player. He wants to be a great player. I get that, but right now, just not a starting 2-guard in this league. It's just not. That's just what it is. At least not for a good team. Mm-hmm. So maybe shift his focus to coming off the bench. He may not like it. He may be in a different headspace where he accepts it a little bit more this year. We don't know, but use that opportunity coming off the bench to try to get yourself going again. You know what I mean? And be a player. Look, as much as I looked at, I want to trade Buddy Hield and I want to move on from him. If things were to work out with Buddy here in Sacramento, that'd be great. I don't care. I don't care how they do it. I just want him to win. But how things are going right now with him in the starting lineup, that's not the move. That's not the move.
Well, to hit this chat room here at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, if you want to watch along with the show, $20 million bench player. Let's pose the question as this, because again, we're looking for we're basically the Kings are bleeding.
Yeah.
And as crazy as this sounds, after 7 straight losses, it doesn't feel like they're hemorrhaging yet. It doesn't feel like we're going to, we're in intensive care. Like I think they can. We're just looking to stop the bleeding.
Yeah. Major way.
What's more? Okay, maybe we are hemorrhaging.
Yeah, is that an artery when it starts squirting out?
Okay, Mr. Graphic. Like, yeah, that's normally what it is. It's one of those old Dusty Rhodes Blades jobs from Georgia Championship Wrestling. We're just looking to stop the bleeding, and whether it's Buddy moving to the bench that stops the bleeding, maybe it's just Harrison Barnes returning, maybe it's just everybody being healthy that can kind of slow things down. Maybe you can't really evaluate everything because, again, the issue that's plaguing this organization, we knew when they were winning. We had conversations in the midst of that stretch of 7, 8, 9 games where it was like, hey, this is great. Woo, there's a depth problem though. There's a depth issue, and they had navigated COVID, they had navigated injuries, and then suddenly it just hit them like a truck, and now they haven't been able to get back. It started with De'Aaron, and the injuries were more contagious than the virus was in that locker room because we went from De'Aaron to Bagley to all of a sudden, Harrison is hurt too. Rashawn Holmes is missing. Right. Glenn Robinson, God bless him. Hope everything's okay. He's out for personal reasons. And so, again, I don't want to flame Glenn Robinson as if he's a big focal point, a pillar of what the Kings are doing. But he is a body. And when you're already missing bodies and you got a guy who can produce for you, now you're missing him. It's just like, man, what has happened to this roster? What has happened to this team over the course of the last
2 weeks?
Like 10 days now. It hadn't even been that long. It was a week ago Friday.
Yeah. It's just tough. So the things that have gone on, you can't control. You know what I mean? But if you're Luke Walton and you're this coaching staff, you got to figure out ways to kind of get out of this rut. And I just look at the starting lineup as being one way you could shake things up. The other thing that I want to see is I love the way Marvin Bagley has played as of late. I love what he's showing. I want to see him eat a little bit more.
Okay.
I want to see him get more opportunities. I want to see him because right now it feels like when he gets a shot, like getting scraps, and he's scrapping something inside of offensive rebound, or somebody setting him up after they've had a set run for them, and he's an option if they don't have a shot, or the corner three and all this other stuff. I want to see them run something for Marvin Bagley, run some action for him to get him on the block, get him 15 feet away. I feel he's playing every quarter now, so that's a great thing. So each quarter, he should at least get about 3 designs for him to work one-on-one, either on the post, mid-post, top of the key, whatever the case may be. I think they need to start featuring him a little bit in this offense.
I'm looking back at last year's 8-game losing streak because that's where we are as Kings fans now, as we start to compare lengthy losing streaks to one another.
Oh, joy.
So I'm looking at this, and this year's is actually significantly worse. Like, for example, well, I'm looking at this. It started December 17th against Charlotte. They lost by 8. Then they lost by 14. Then they lost by 4. Then they lost by 9. Then they lost by 1, 2, 5. And then they got blown out by like 18 here to the Los Angeles Clippers. They've lost all of these games by like 8 points or more. And like, what was last night's game? With 13 points, it was 115 to 128. So that's 13 points. That doesn't look bad, but I never felt like the Kings had a chance to win that game. Like, it never felt like they were truly in it. Like, the Bucks led at 1 point by 23, and you kind of knew the game's over.
Right.
They're not going to make a run on the Bucks. Certainly not to answer for 23 points. I feel like there have been a number of games during this stretch where maybe the final score has them losing by the last Brooklyn game's a perfect example. What did they lose that game by? Like 11? It felt like they were down by like 40. It felt like they never had a chance in that game.
Yeah, Miami game was that way. I think they lost that by like 6 or 8 or something like that.
Dude, and we're talking, and I know Miami in name is the Eastern Conference, champion, but we're talking about, the Bucks, we're talking about the Brooklyn Nets, we're talking about some of these upper echelon teams. I felt the same way about Orlando. That's the game. It's not the game that started the losing streak, but it's the game that really kind of set us into the state that we are now. I felt the same against Memphis.
Right.
Like those aren't Brooklyn's. You know what I mean? Those aren't the Milwaukee Bucks. Those aren't upper echelon teams. Like those are below 500 teams that seem to get a feel for the Kings right out the gate and go up double digits.
Yeah. It's just easy work for these guys when the Kings aren't taking care of the basketball, when they're not being aggressive, getting to the bucket. And in that case, when they're not hitting their open jump shots. I mean, it's just easy work. So I don't know if it'll work the same way. Odds are it probably won't, but I think Luke needs to do about the same thing that he did last year. When he made that change, he made that call to the bench, to the bullpen, to cross sports, and go and mix up that starting lineup.
Yeah.
So
again, just anything to slow the game down for your team. Like, come up. To me, if I was on the roster, I'd be like, yo, like, I know if you're on the roster, you have a responsibility, like, to yourself. Like, what can I do better? Like, but I also know players see the game differently than we do, no matter how astute our eye is. Like, they see the game differently than we do. I have to imagine at least a handful of guys are looking at this like, yo, we have a issue with this lineup, or we have an issue here. Like, or we have, like, James Ham did that great in-depth piece on the closing lineup that during the, the good stretch of basketball, why, Bagley wasn't in and Halliburton was in, and why it was so effective. And I have to imagine these guys are looking at like, hey, some of these lineups don't work, or hey, we teams are going on a run when ... is out there. Like, we at some point, don't you start looking around like, are we going to attempt to change something, or are we just going to keep marching out there, doing the same thing every night, trying to be better at it?
They know.
That's what I mean.
You know what I'm saying? They know who it is. They know, and I'm not alluding to anybody. I'm just saying, being on a team that way, you know what's working, what doesn't work, what or who makes your job harder, what or who makes your job easier as a player out there. They know. Yeah. And we got a lot of nice guys, so nobody's going to really say anything. Nobody's going to question the coaching staff. Nobody's going to call out anybody. They're not going to do that.
And we've called that. I mean, how many times, we've talked about the Valanciunas play today as it relates to, technical fouls that were going on across the league, how that didn't get one. That was a big source of frustration for us last week about how no one, like, we've constantly called into question this team's vocal leadership. We've constantly called into question this team's toughness. And, now that they're losing, again, you call into question those same things. And this is at best a plus or minus, 2 to 3 of 2 to 3 games of 500. And most people would probably argue towards the minus side rather than the plus side, because this team being 3 games above 500, I don't think we've seen in, we saw 2 games this year. Yeah, we saw 3-1 this year. I think that was the most over 500 that we have seen. But this is a team that lacks depth. So when Harrison is gone, or when Marvin is gone, or when Rashawn is gone, or when a combination of these guys is gone, like, I understand that, but it still feels like there should be somebody in that locker room who is able to rally these guys up. I mean, I hate that I'm talking, like, am I talking about a pep talk here? Like, am I looking for someone to give the Kings a pep talk? I don't know exactly what I'm trying to, like, it goes back to the label that you gave them all year. You removed it for a week, and then you slapped it back on their forehead, and you said they're soft.
They're absolutely soft. They're absolutely soft. And the guy that you would look to rally them together would be a De'Aaron Fox, but De'Aaron's just not. He's not vocal like that, so he's not going to do it. Tyrese Halliburton might be the next guy, but he's a rookie, and he's playing his role as a rookie. He's not going to come in there and do too much. So the other guy who does talk a whole lot is Buddy Hield, but it's hard for Buddy to say, hey, come on, let's do this when he's struggling the way he is. So I don't know, man. I look at what they need to do right now, and I think they need to switch up that starting lineup, make the move. And, I think it should be for DeQuan Jeffries. Try that first. But if it's Tyrese Halliburton, sure, that's good. No problem. And I think they need to start featuring Marvin Bagley a little bit more, who may ease the pressure off of Fox and even Hield coming off the bench to have to score so much. They haven't been able to handle that lately. They need another guy to put the ball in the bucket, get to the line, get some easy buckets. Everything's not a three-pointer. I think Marvin Bagley could help that out. Start running some steps. Start running some things through Marvin Bagley a little bit.
916-349-1320. We'd love to hear from you. Let's get to our man, Trent. Trent, what's happening, my brother?
Yeah.
Not much. I just want to congratulate y'all on your 4-hour show, man, and say what's up to you. That's it, man.
Hey, my man.
Appreciate you, Trent.
Loyal
Trent.
fan here, you feel me? Loyal, Sacramento King, Niner fan. I love the show.
It's my guy.
Hey, fellas, Luke Walton don't have to go, and I'm going to say that.
Trent, let me ask you. What is Luke fixed with this whole situation? What is moving on from Luke fixed with this whole situation?
Okay, how about this? I'm gonna say this, right? I don't know Luke personally, but he ain't done too much, right? But we need a coach. A fix is a coach that has relationships in the league. When you have a relationship with the league and you've been around and you know a bunch of players and everything, they tend to want to come play for you. Nobody want to come play for Luke. Y'all been talking, we need to trade this. People like, whatever you do, don't send me to Sacramento. We don't get nobody. We need somebody that builds relationships throughout this league that know basketball as well and can get us on track. Luke is not the guy. I love him. He's not the guy.
All right. Thanks, Trent. We appreciate you, man. Thanks for the kind words. That's good. We're gonna have to ice it. That's funny. I love y'all. Great show. Been listening all day. That's all I called for. Luke gotta go. That's all I'm gonna say. I love Trent, man.
Trent kept to the stack, man. He kept to the stack.
He was like, you know what? While I'm here, let me just go ahead and tell y'all dancing around, y'all tap dancing around firing Luke Walton when you need to just go on and say it.
Hey, man, I don't know. I'm not. Everything's on the table. First of all, let me say that if they decided to move on from Luke Walton, so be it. He hadn't done so much where that would be some kind of travesty. But I also think that's not necessarily the answer. They don't need a whole lot. I don't think. I was going over this roster. I was going over what they could potentially do. And people talk about blow it up and blow this up and everything like that. Well, typically when they say that, they're like, blow it up. The only person you hold on to is Fox, Halliburton, Bagley, Barnes. I'm naming 4 or 5 people, and I'm like, that's not blowing it up.
Daquan Jeffries, Corey Joseph, just see what Nemanja Bjelica can do. Like, hey, you got the whole roster. Like,
that's not blowing it up.
Just say trade Buddy Hield. Like, that's all you're really talking about.
That's all you got to do. And then I looked at the roster, and even talking about blowing it up, well, they're not committed to a whole lot. I think there's 10 guys under contract right now. And of those 10, I think 4 of them are Justin James, Daquan Jeffries, Kojo. Well, one is Kojo, but there's like a couple other guys like Glenn Robinson III or something like that. Guys that they can move off of rather easily for next year. You also got Halliburton as one of those 10 guys. Mm-hmm. Then after you take Halliburton and Corey Joseph out of the rotation or out of that mix, you only got 4 guys that really play and that are really like potentially part of this team moving forward that are under contract. And that's Buddy Hield, Harrison Barnes, Marvin Bagley, and De'Aaron Fox. So there's not a whole lot to blow up. Like, it's not like you have these gang of bad contracts with guys that you don't want anymore. There's 2 guys that you would look to move on from that are here for an extended period of time. Buddy Hield and possibly Harrison Barnes. I haven't seen a deal yet that would make me want to get rid of Harrison Barnes. But if one came along,
you'd get rid of Buddy for a Slurpee and some M&Ms.
Facts. I like Hershey's white chocolates personally, but yeah, if you did M&Ms, peanut M&Ms, yeah, we could do that. But other than that, like you're not in this salary cap hell or anything like that where you're just doomed. Like, there's things that you can do in this offseason that you can bolster this roster up. Absolutely. A draft pick in free agency, maybe a trade. You're good. Not good, but you're moving in the right direction.
Are you in the pocket or out of the pocket? 916-349-1320. I apologize. That was very much an inside joke. 916-349-1320. Let's get to Sherwin here. Sherwin, what it do, baby?
What's up, fellas? We hope you're doing well. Thanks for the line.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, I don't think we're going to make. I think we're going to be a 9th or 10th seed team again, and we're going to get a bad draft pick, an okay draft pick. Look, the tank.
Oh, Sherwin. Hey, Sherwin. We don't want to do that.
Next year's draft is supposed to be one of the best.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We got that. Let me ask you something real quick, Sherwin. How would you tank?
What do you think we've been doing the last 6 games? That's what it looks like.
Well, no, I think they're just losing.
Yeah. How would you think?
Okay. What I would do is similar to what you were saying. Listen, play all the young players. You know, we should be playing Jabari Parker a lot. We should be playing all the players we want to trade. Okay. We should be playing all of our young players. We shouldn't be beating Fox up as much as he's getting beat up, because I think that over the last 6 games, he doesn't look right.
Right.
And, you know, when we had the winning streak going, he was taking over in the fourth quarter, but he was getting hit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mhm.
In fact, I believe that he even said that he found a new shot so he could take less punishment of that little floater, right? There was an interview over the last 2 weeks about that.
Yeah, they alluded to
My
something
point
like
is this. You know, the reality is that maybe the word tank is too harsh, but we should not be playing.
Who?
I always want to play the win. We should play the win, but we shouldn't be playing certain players.
Oh, man.
Who?
Look, well, I'm just saying, I would rather see us as.
Sherwin wants 48 minutes of Hassan Whiteside. That's what he's saying. He wants 48 minutes.
Because then we might win.
Oh, okay.
It depends on what Hassan Whiteside you get. But yeah, I hear you. Okay. Okay.
And next year
Okay.
is the way to go. Am I right?
Yeah, you said, well,
Yeah, I
you
love
sound
next
like
year's
Kenny.
draft.
Yeah,
You
you
know, I love
sound
next
like
year's
Kenny.
draft. But I also said, what have I always said? It's a win-win this year. You win games, that's great. I want to see them win games. If they end up losing, yeah, they get one step closer to Jalen Green, who was crazy to get 21 points on 12 shots. Shout out to that boy. But I mean, like this, when people say tank, what does a tank look like? Like, what are you doing? Like, are you really saying, I hope Fox doesn't look good and we lose? I hope Marvin Bagley doesn't progress and we lose. Remember, like I said at the beginning of the season, Damian,
Yeah.
tanking is not like it's cool. That's also not necessarily a good sign. Like Fox and Bagley on this team, and now you got Tyrese Halliburton too. You should not be like one of the bottom 4 teams in the league. Like that's not a good sign for having those guys on your squad if you're a bottom 4 team in this league.
Yeah. No,
So-
I'm with you completely. I agree. I do not subscribe to the Sherwin's tanking plan. But I understand people who feel like that. You know, it's funny. He said, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, and we're forgetting. He said, oh, they'll finished 10th or something like that. Well, 10th is actually a playoff spot. So I understand that it's easy to, to forget that, as this year is a little bit different. I have no desire. Again, it was 11 days ago, 10 days ago, where we were talking about how much fun it is we have fun. If you're watching the show, hopefully if you're listening to the show, doesn't matter if the Kings are winning or losing. Like, we're going to have fun doing the show. Like, we're talking sports. We're talking basketball. Like, what's not to be fun? But it is a little bit more fun when the team is winning. You know what I mean? It is a little bit more fun when you're coming out of even a short string of W's. Hell, we're easy. It doesn't have to be a short string of W's. Give us a short string of putting good games together. Of competitive basketball, the Philly game being a great example. You could go back to that game against Miami that they lost by 1 point. Like there's some good stuff there, and there was like a lot of conversation to kind of sink our teeth into.
Yep.
And now it's gone. But we're gonna stay having fun, man. We're gonna stay having fun talking about this. 916-349-1320. Who we got here? Oh, Jeremy's here. Jeremy, what's going on, baby?
What's up, guys?
Jeremy, what's good?
Hey, man. Kenny's been saying it all year. I'm with that other guy that just said Lou's got to go. And I'm not saying K's been saying it all year, but he's been saying what needs to happen is you got to play Bagley. It's crazy. I mean, the Heat game a couple games ago, we finally had a little run in the third quarter. At the end of the third quarter, we're down by like 10, I think. Look at my buddy. I said I think you take Bagley out now. Bagley's getting offensive rebounds, hitting threes. Jaquan Jeffries hit like 6 shots in a row, and he finishes up the lineup. It's like, are we trying to lose? I don't understand.
Well, to be fair here in that game, I think they were both on minutes restrictions, and they pretty much reached their limit.
Yeah.
So that's why they did. And we talked about it the next day. They maybe would have gone against minute restriction, but when they went out, to start the fourth quarter, Miami blew the lead back up to 18, and at that point, you're not going to bring Bagley and Jeffries in or I think Jeffries kept playing, but he didn't play the first half because of the minute restrictions or something like that. So, I mean, to be fair to Luke and what they were doing, I think that might have been Bagley's second game back from injury. Yeah, he was on a minute restriction, so he didn't put him back in out of incompetence. He didn't put him back.
And we didn't know. We didn't know at the time the way you circumvent a minutes restriction is to just ask the coach to stay in the game. We learned that Saturday, but we didn't know that then. So
yeah, I mean, look, anybody that wants to get rid of Luke with the record the way it is, I mean, I'm not going to dispute that. I'm not going to sit up here and defend that Luke has to stay on the table.
Yes, facts are really hard to argue against.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. But I also
hey, Jeremy, we appreciate you, buddy, man. Thank you for the call.
But I also say there's issues that Luke that are out of his control.
Yeah,
in my opinion, the injuries being one of them.
Can't front, man. I feel like we could go another hour.
Well, we'll go almost another hour tomorrow.
We sure will. We'll be with you till 4:30 tomorrow. And careful what you wish for. We're going another hour on Friday, man. But thank you for making our first day at 12 to 4 a massive success. We appreciate each and every single one of you. If you missed any part of today's show, you could watch it on YouTube. Just search ESPN 1320. Yep. Make sure that you subscribe. Make sure that you like. You can follow us on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 if that's more your feel. And if you're into podcasts, subscribe to the podcast. It's available on Apple, Spotify, Google Play. Just make sure that you hit that 5-star rating and leave us a little review as well. We appreciate you so much for being with us. For Kenny Caraway, I'm Damien Barling. We'll see you tomorrow here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320.
Allah.
Yes,
nothing.
What's good?
It's nothing.
Whoa, Jazz. Jazz. It works for reading the call line, the hot take line.
Yeah, I love the hot takes. Oh, I love them. Cheryl, Baltimore, what up? 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 What up?
So I guess we should explain this before everybody signs off. We made that. I know Danny from San Francisco is in here somewhere. So we was messing around with idea. You know how everybody has fair or foul or truth or trash and these either or segments. So we were the original idea behind one of the conversations we were having. I think it was the JJ Redick one where we were going to do fair or foul. And we were like, well, what's a for the culture way of having this conversation? And Kenny was like, what's the opposite? Kenny said, what's the opposite of out of pocket? And he was like, well, would it be in the pocket? And so we fell out hey, yeah.
To be honest with you,
I don't mind.
I still don't know if there's a better title to that segment. I don't know. In the pocket or out the pocket?
In the pocket is but doesn't in the pocket have a reference to when we're watching someone else's money, why are you in that dude's pocket?
Watching,
why are you in that dude's pocket?
That's true too.
All good see, that was my suggestion.
All good or out of pocket? Yeah.
That was my suggestion. Yeah. I said all good or out of pocket. we're still workshopping some of these.
My man Danny, man. I got love for my man Danny.
Oh man, Danny in San Francisco. Anthony already chiming in. Still not long enough. Damn, man. Damn, man. Come on.
Good. What's really good, Anthony?
All right. I already got to pee again, man. Jeez. Oh man.
Out to eat. I know that much.
This is next. So I think
what is
Bishop. It's a protein shake.
I need to have my.
Are you in the pocket? In the pocket or out of the pocket? What is the pocket? Oh man, we love Danny from San Francisco.
Cap, no cap. Okay.
Okay.
T Green, I see you. See you working.
Okay. We could do that. All right. Sega, man, dude, we had, I don't know what the official number is. We had a monster day on the stream
We
today.
did. They was moving.
Yeah,
they was moving
y'all were absolute beasts on man, we've got dude, y'all were I don't know what the final number of views are, but I see we jumped I think almost 20 subscribers on ESPN. I think a handful over there on ESPN on YouTube, and then a handful on Twitch as well. So thank y'all for that, man. That's legit.
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
All right, baby, go get some food. We'll be back. We'll do it again tomorrow for 4 hours.
Can't wait, baby. Can't wait.
Yes, sir. We appreciate you guys, man. Thank you so much.
Holla.